Hi, everybody. Oh my god, there's so many of you so early. Hold on. Let me catch up. Hello, Himiko, and thank you, Leon, for holding the fort for me while I get ready. While I make myself presentable. Give me just a sec. I gotta fix my eyes. We out here with no eye tracking. There we go. Now I can look around. But yeah, oh, Kon. I see Kon peeking his little head out, and I see Mia Bulba doing a dance. I hope to get one of those one day and be able to actually upload them. But anyway, welcome everybody to the beautiful Endwalker cover songs in my stream. And today we are going to do something very, I want to say interesting, I guess, because I'm not sure how this is going to work on stream at first. Hoi hoi! But for the past few weeks, we've been working on a species from scratch, and I've been following a template that I made myself. Fun. And up until this point, I've been giving everyone a template in a written form on the stream itself. And I kind of skipped a few points at first. Uh-oh, my Discord has a meme now. Uh-oh, let's see what it is. I love the Bloodborne. It's very Bloodborne. I love Bloodborne. Oh, that does remind me. I actually found a Bloodborne demake. It's like a PS1 style Bloodborne. I miss him. Yeah, the cat would be going with you. Cats are chaotic creatures that probably are already great ones anyway. Also, let me know if the music is too quiet or too loud, and I'll adjust accordingly. And let me just find my tablet here. Oh, that's not a tablet. There we go. Alternate one where the cat shows their true form. I'm pretty sure that's a Junji Ito comic somewhere about that. No, Sai, girl, get out of here. We don't need you. I have Clip Studio Paint. Friendship with Paint Tool Sai ended. I'm friends with Clip Studio Paint now. Alright, we have water. We have food in our tums. So we're gonna do this quick little jump. Whoa! Here I am. Here's my tablet, and here's my eyeballs. But give me just a second, because I have two versions of myself. I have one where my eyes do no tracking. Because the tracking is still a little funky when it comes to Into the Desmond verse. Yes. But the eye tracking is still a little funky when it comes to hitting Control Z, and I do a lot of that when I'm drawing. So we aren't going to be able to have eye tracking, at least not yet when I'm drawing. Which is fine, it happens. Alright, here's my notes. So, where we last left off, I was concluding clothing, specifically for the royalty, right here, as you can see. Oh no. No, I can feel it. No, it's already begun. You know what? I'm not tracking it. Leon, you're here. You do it. Thank you. I'm almost to the magic number, guys. I'm almost to the teehee funny sex number. Gosh, shit, now I gotta yawn again. But then I can never yawn ever again on stream, as long as I live. Uh-oh. Fuck. The duality of man. Hee hee, funny sex number. Yes! I didn't even mean to yawn on purpose. I'm legit a little yawny today. Had a had a bit of a situation yesterday, and it kept me live and wired. I couldn't sleep, but I eventually crashed, and we're good. And here I am. Ow! I have an itch on my leg. Go away. All right. So last time we did all this, for the most part, we have covered physical proportions, which includes head, body ratio, skin colors, hair, what kind of hair you got, if you have any, biology, which has more to do with like the senses, the locomotion, how you walk. Like, do you have 2 feet? Do you have 4 feet? Do you have hands for feet? Which sounds weird, I know, but some monkeys kind of have like feet hands. It's really weird. It'll cover all that stuff. And then we got to ecology. This was all stuff I kind of just pointed, I guess. I didn't do anything crazy with it. It was just something I went through point for point instead of like giving heavy time to each of them. And those are in a previous stream, so the VOD will be up on YouTube, so you don't have to worry about like losing it on Twitch. So if you want to catch those points, you can go watch that after we're done here. And we have been working on clothing up until this point. I finished the royalty, and we can go check on those babies here in a second. Open up the fashion. And here's the babies. I'm going to keep it zoomed out pretty far because they are currently not wearing clones. And while there is nothing there, I don't want to give Twitch a reason to yell at me. We do not need it in this household. Alright. There they are. The 3 royalties, or the 3 examples of female, male, and eumale, which is what I call third gender, third sex individuals in my societies. And this is what they wear as underwear. We covered that as well. Because your undergarments do shape the man. We don't worry about that much in a modern Western kind of culture, but less than 100 years ago, we did care about silhouette more than we cared about, like, size numbers. Specifically in the 1920s, they wanted to look like pencils. That sounds stupid, but, I know women's fashion focused a lot on pencil design. You want it to be like straight as a ruler, no curves, and like a boyish haircut. Like a very... Oh, hey, medic, how you doing? Good morning. I'm going over the points we've covered so far. And Leon out here being cute. But yeah, I use the underwear to get over the silhouettes, and further building on that, I made each of them clothes based on their gender. So I wanted this to be a naturally 3-gendered society because, let's face it, most societies were up until recently. So we have, and I'm not saying this is female, this is male, and then this is like gender neutral where like both sexes can wear it. I'm saying if you wear this, you are considered a third gender. You are like a they them. You're not male or female. No, I'm not allowed to yawn anymore. You're right. I'm never allowed. Talking about yawning made me feel like I had to yawn. I'm holding it in. I can't yawn anymore. I'm at the good number. I'm at the funny teehee number. Damn it! No! I'm streak ruined! No! Leon, no! No! My number! Girl, help! What was I talking about before I... rip 69 time yawn. Girl, help, there it is. rip my 69 streak, 2022 to 2022. You will be missed. Anyway. Yeah, this is the royalties outfit. As you can see, I wanted the ladies to be very big-bootied because I was basing them off of the silhouette of a Black Widow spider. And as you know, Black Widow spiders have them tiny, stupid little heads and a big ass. So, there it is. Ass achieved. And the men, I wanted to have just the straightest silhouette as possible. Just a walking rectangle. And the U-males, the third gender, I believe they're just called... there's a word for them in other cultures as well. I'm not going to get into semantics of that, though, just in case I'm culturally ignorant, because I'm dumb. But there are other cultures that actually have room for a third gender. No. I'm not gonna lie, guys. This is gonna be a yawny episode, and I apologize ahead of time. But this is our third gender. They look like Miss McGonagall because, yes, please, give me the pointy... the diligent bear. Give me the pointy shoulders and pointy collar. And their silhouette is obviously this triangular shape. So, using this, I could determine what the rest of the culture's social classes would look like. Because while it's not true for every culture, most cultures seem to have this thing where royalty sets the stage for fashion, and people typically follow that trend. Nowadays, it's a little hard to give a good example because we all kind of wear the same thing, but we do kind of lean towards, we know about products better based on their brand names. Like, if you heard, like, Gucci, you'd know what that was. And that's kind of what we can sort of line it up with. People will probably start emulating stuff that really high-end brands make. Ah, welcome back, Bulba. Pet the plant. Pet the resident plant. The good house spouse that made sandwiches. Nice. Yeah, the bat is at it again. Jack, you missed the saddest day in streaming history. I had gotten to 69 yawns. And then I immediately yawned again. And I lost it. I lost my streak, guys. Hi, Penguina-chan. How you doing? Letting everyone know the bad news. I got to 69 yawns on my counter. And then immediately yawned. And I lost it. Let's pour one out for the homies. I know. It's just so sad. Not the funny sex number, no! It's okay. I have 420 to look forward to. I'm also warned that today's gonna be a yawny day. I couldn't sleep very well last night. We had a little bit of a spook, and it kept me up and spooked me out. But it's okay. I'm still here. I'm still revving for some pretty art and some pretty world building. Because we are closing out the fashion segment today, and we're gonna start covering social dynamics. Hey, is that the Captain Ryza? Is that the Captain Ryza? It is. Aw, thank you, Medic. Heart. Where is my... There it is. Nope. There it is. Okay. I got my pen situated. I gotta wipe down my tablet. Leon, you shush your face. You're already cute. Oh, wow. My eyes went whoop. Oh, I see what happens. Okay, hold on. I think I understand. So I hit Control Z. Oh, sorry guys, you get to see my eyeballs pop out of my head for a second. I see what happened. I know why Honk is acting up now. Give me just a second. I'm gonna disappear for just a second, but don't worry about it. Ah! I'm still here, don't worry, I'm just hiding under my desk. I need to close that out real quick and fix that. But I realize what's happening. I got Thanos snapped, oh no. I see the F-16 picture on my thing. Shit. That was fun to make. Yeah, I'm hiding under the desk. It's fine, don't worry about it. Shh, don't tell anybody. Listen. Okay, let's hope it... Now I'm a frog! Listen, it's fine. Okay, that should fix it. Alright. Okay, so I figured out what was happening. So, the program I use to... redesign time? Yeah, ayo! Redesign... Rebrand, I'm a frog now. Captain Ryza out here wanna try and stuff himself under my desk. You got an entire person under your desk? Actually, I probably could. I'm pretty small. I could crawl under there and just hide in it. But I figured out what was wrong with my... not my tablet, my, my Hunk. Which is a program that I use to... Leon, but I think whenever I hit Control Z, the notes have been the lore. But whenever I hit Control Z, it seems to try and reset my model to some prior existence. So if I just turn off all the tracking and reset the thing completely, hopefully that means my eyes will stay where they are now. Because I've completely turned off tracking, so... Let's hope to God I keep looking at my tablet and not go demonic. Because my eyes have rolled into the back of my head at times on stream. But it's been pretty uncanny for some people, including myself. So, back to where we were. Here's our babies. The standard day wear for any lovely nobility walking along the streets. And I want this culture to have... the lower social classes emulate these styles. So they would definitely wear the same underwear as them, probably not of the same quality. This music's a little quiet. Oh, you could art that quickly to summon it with magic. The music. Where is it? Ah! I'm gonna bump this up just a bit. Also, I'm only going to be playing Endwalker music today because, sadly, all the other playlists that I found have copyrighted music in them somewhere, and I'm like, damn it, I don't want to have to babysit that. So today it's just Endwalker until I can make a good playlist that doesn't slap me on the wrist. But yeah, here we go, Royals. And if we were to go into other social classes, I was working on priests recently, and I can show off the sketching for that. Where is it? Aha, here it is. Let me turn off her hair. But as you can see, I set up this whole little outfit right here. I want them to wear hats. I want them to cover their hair when they're in the, when they're specifically a member of their church. And I kind of kept it at there. Gotta go check on dinner? Okay, have some dinner. This is about dinner time for you anyway. It's about that time. We'll see you soon, Captain. But I kind of left it at that because I don't want to... develop the priesthood outfits too much without knowing the basis of their religion yet, I'd be working backwards here. So for now, the priests I'm gonna leave alone. But for more secular social classes, such as artisans and laborers, I have come to two conclusions. One, that the artisans would emulate royalty more, and that laborers would wear a lot more function-heavy clothing, because they're the ones that are working in the mines with back-breaking work, as well as tending to their animals. Mr. Twitch, I need the subscribe button. Yeah, Mr. Twitch don't like me yet. I'm figuring it out. I think I found the issue. I hope I figured out the issue. So I'll be fixing that once I am able to, I don't know how to explain it, but basically, I'm waiting for my interview, the royalty tax interview thing to essentially fail. Because it will fail. It's been failing the entire time. And I'm going to redo it in a certain way with a different name. Because I technically have multiple names. He. And I think they're accepting one and then the other. It's a whole process. I'm figuring it out. I'm running from the law. I'm a criminal. I'm a criminal bat. I've stolen NFTs, guys. I'm a criminal. Bruh, you couldn't pay me to take your NFTs. All my homies hate NFTs. But yeah, I'm not gonna cover the priesthood today. We can hop back to that after we've covered how I work on religion. For now, I'm going to crunch in artisan clothing real quick. Because like I said, it'd just be a dumbed down version of this. They probably wouldn't wear as many layers or nearly as much fabric. And I will just hit you guys with a quick sketch of that. Because we're not here to cover essentially what I've already done. But I do want to at least cover how I process this. So typically, if you are a very influential person or you're very wealthy, you want to show it off. So you want to wear either really high quality clothing or you want to wear a lot of fabric, whether it's pleated quite a bit or bunched up in one section. However you can to show that you have an abundance of something, you're gonna figure out a way to show it off. So these guys probably employ a lot of layers. As you can see, these coats are hella long. Especially in the sleeves and here. And then these ladies have huge bustles. So what I was thinking, I've mentioned before, the royalty, or the nobility, the high class, will... I know I yawned. But the high class, the high society, women will be having these like really small layers of tulle, like a very transparent thin fabric, as layers on top of each other, and then we'll drape it with a few more layers of like much longer, just to add that extra fluff right here. And that will be a way they show off their wealth. Males will typically probably have a fuck ton of ruffles here, here, here. I didn't add it because I didn't think to at the time. This is improv. This is what we're working with. But yeah, they'll probably have really fluffy jabots as well, and that's how they add in a bunch of beautiful fabric, and to show off extra dye, because dyeing clothes is kind of expensive. It's not expensive now because we have access to so much, but back then it was pretty hard to get certain colors. And for these guys, it's especially hard to get purple color, because, well, for us, it was because it was it was from a gland of a snail. We had to, like, crush snails to get this very, very Tyrian purple. Nowadays, we can just synthesize it, but for these guys, it's something similar, but instead of snails, they use a oxidized lapis, which basically means it was lapis lazuli or something akin to it, where it's like a very soft stone that was blue, but got, not really corrupted, but, oh geez, everything disappeared for a second. But it got tinted by iron. It got oxidized with iron, and it gave it a bit of a reddish hue, and it made the stone in the walls naturally purple, like this naturally pretty purple. So that's another way they could show off their wealth. And then these guys, the U-males, they show off their clothing and their wealth by having a fuck ton of pleats, specifically dyed pleats, all up in here. Now I didn't include it in these two, but this lady has patterns in her coat, and that could be extra, like, lumps of layers of thicker... Oh, thank you for the lurky, Miko. Enjoy your stay at the tea shop. And, I hope I don't bore you too much. But, I realized these little spiders could actually be, like, sticking out of the fabric a little bit, kind of like to give it a texture. And that could be another way they could show off their wealth. So what we're going to do is dumb all of that down for those who can't quite afford it. So I'm going to turn this down so I can see the basic silhouette and clothing. But for the most part, we're going to be working on the artisans. Now I did say I want to wait for the priests. I got a simple silhouette, but I can't really work with them until I understand their religion a bit more and what they would consider important. So we're going to artisans. Artisans are people who basically work with their hands, but aren't doing anything extraneous, like people who paint, people who play music, people who design jewelry, they tailor, they're cobblers, they're shoemakers, people who craft something, pottery makers, leather workers. Yeah, people who do that kind of stuff, where they're producing something for other people to wear or enjoy or experience. Culinarians, chefs, people like that. They would be emulating these guys a lot more. However, they wouldn't have access to all this fabric. Maybe not even all this necklace stuff. Also, the hair. They wouldn't have hair nearly as extravagant. They wouldn't have... Maybe they'd have some time to do some of the hair. Because hair is universal. We all own it. So they'd probably still keep the hair. Maybe they wouldn't wear veils. Or if they did, the veils would be smaller. They might have their hair cut a bit shorter, just to keep out of their way. Or maybe put them in hairstyles that make it easier to pull back. So we're going to design the ladies first. Now, like I said when I was making the royalty, you typically wear clothes that will cover your underwear. You don't want that showing. So, because the underwear, it expands a lot of the body. So they would be wearing something tight around the neck area as well, like this. Maybe show off a bit more of the chest than the other two genders for the ladies, because the ladies have a dip in their shirts, so they'd show off a little bit of the booba. Nothing wrong with a bit of booba. They probably wouldn't have any ruffles though, but they'd still keep the basic silhouette like this. Oh. Let's go in. There we go. And just like royalty, they'd wear multiple layers as well, but the layers probably wouldn't be as extensive, and it certainly wouldn't be as high quality. They all use the same material, which is spider silk, but silk and cotton and any string and threading that we have can be woven in different ways and patterns in order to make sure it's a higher quality. And these guys would probably get it from other artisans. While nobility would have to, well, they wouldn't have to deal. The nobility gets to have access to more higher quality artisans. But they would definitely be wearing an undershirt, just like these guys. See, these boys and girls wear undershirts. They might also not have as much access to the silhouette option. Yeah, so they'd wear that. This cute little shirt. But yeah, they probably wouldn't have these ruffles either, because ruffles are expensive. I just realized I drew that wrong. Okay, so they'd probably have rougher necklines. Nothing crazy, but certainly nothing high quality, quote unquote. I keep saying that, but in their society, high quality. They would still want to keep that shape. Like this. But maybe they have just a standard little shirt. Maybe they don't have access to, if it works, true. They probably won't have access to, like, little tiny buttons. They'd probably just have a few bigger buttons, like this. Something like that. And that would be the undershirt. As for sleeves, like I said, no ruffles. Something much simpler. Just like that. And the males and the females would wear the same thing, just in the silhouette of their outfit. It would be much simpler. There would be less fabric involved, a lot less ruffles involved, meaning less labor cost. They would probably still wear bustles, the ladies, because they want to still keep that shape. In fact, bustles would probably be a lot more, a lot more padded out, because they want to emulate that shape. No. Yeah, they still want that shape, they still want the little spider butt, but they can't quite use the multiple layers of fabric that the nobility use, so their bustles might actually be a bit bigger, just to offset. But as such, because the bustles are bigger, like this, maybe, the bustles could also maybe be a bit shorter, because they don't want to they want to still keep it cost effective for themselves. And it would probably be made with less, like I said, less quality materials, but that's fine. As long as it's doing what it's doing, they don't care. And then the skirt. It would just be simple. It would be a simple skirt that they throw on. Something that goes over the bustle, like this. Here, let's turn down the bustle a bit so I can see it. And it would go flush with the bustle, more than likely. They'd probably have, like, I want to say one other skirt under there, maybe. Or, like, a little bit of extra padding. But for the most part, it would go flush with the bustle. And they'd probably lose some of that shape, but that's fine. It would also, the skirt specifically would not be as long as it is for nobility. It would probably cut off at about the ankles instead of just draping completely. Because, like I said, less fabric, they can't afford it, which is fine. There we go. And then the vest. Where's my vest? Oh, right. Females typically don't wear vests, that's correct. But then the coat, they would have an overcoat. Now, their overcoat would not be nearly as crazy. They don't gotta be extra. They don't gotta be extra. I hear a cat. I hear my little kitty cat. Let me just organize my layers here. I'm getting a bit crazy. Let's turn it down just a bit so I can see. But their coats would not be nearly as... Oh no, hiccups, stop it! Their coats wouldn't be nearly as long and voluptuous as these ladies' beautiful coats. But they would still probably keep the silhouette. They would tuck it under to help with that bustle right there. Like this, to kind of just help push everything up. And they'd have just a couple of buttons, nothing too crazy. There we go, something like that. Now, the royalty has a coat that's like super long like this, but you know, fabric is expensive, so they'd probably have something simple. Something not as crazy, not as prevalent, but still there, to kind of give them that pretty silhouette of the fashion. And then they'd have sleeves, simple sleeves, nothing crazy. Kitten, please do not scratch my stuff. Hey, you calm down, sir. Get out of here. They'd probably keep the bell sleeves a little bit, but the sleeves would be much shorter than that of the standard nobility. As you can see here, it's super long and voluminous. They would probably keep it much shorter. An artisan sleeves would probably be like this, while royalty sleeves would be like that. So, much shorter, a lot less fabric, but still got the basic silhouette going on. Cat! Stop it. Get out of here. Go. Stop it. He decided to get funky with it on my chair. He was literally scratching like every aspect of the top of it, so I had to shoo him. Sorry about that. Let me just cover it real quick. There we go. Chair secured. Not back in my blanket, cause it's cold as fuck out there. We are cold here. Alright. Maybe I'll give them a bit more like this. There we go. Nothing crazy, but a nice little outfit. Now, they wouldn't be wearing crazy necklaces or jewelry or hair pieces like the royalty, but we'll give this sweet girl just a nice little necklace to have. Maybe it's got like a little chain here, and it's got a little pendant. Something nice. Something... She still wants to look nice, so here she is. And that's how I dumb down the clothing. I take into aspects what's important to the current fashions and kind of break it down into its more simpler roots. And then just remove fabric. Rip off some fabric. What a jerkato. Yeah, cat son being very bad. After I fed him and pet him and loved him and gave him water. Bad boy. Let me get a sippy. Whew, I was thirsty. But yeah, in order to figure out your clothing, just break it down to its bare essentials, what the silhouette is, what the current shape of the clothing's layers are, and then boom, you got it. So she's done. My little artisan is finished. Let's say she's a musician. Males would follow the same way. I'm not going to go into that too much because, like I said, I want to move on to social stuff, but I do want to show how I break down to other classes. And this doesn't have to just be a four-class system. You can have multiple. Like, for instance, if someone is military in our culture, specifically in America, where I live, obviously, because of my little accent, you can tell who's military because of, one, how they walk, as well as their body posture and their body shape, but most of the time, you can tell more because of their haircut. It's just a simple buzz cut that makes you go, yeah, they're probably military. Sometimes they even have, like, hats. Like, they like wearing hats on their buzz cuts. And most of the time, some of them will wear their, a more casual form of their uniform. You can just kind of feel if they're military. And that's because we, as a society, know what to expect from our military's clothing standards and clothing practices. So you could also take that into account when thinking of social classes. Because for these guys, hey, kitty cat, don't do that. But for these guys, instead of us with our military and our hair, they look at you by your pants. I know, it sounds dumb, but until this point, every single gender has worn skirts. They have worn robes. So why would they ever need pants? Extensive labor. They wouldn't be wearing these silhouettes. They would be wearing something simple, kind of like the priesthood. The priesthood also doesn't take into consideration the silhouette because they don't care. It's not a religion based on vanity. They reject the vanity of their modern day culture, so they don't harbor to hip shape and shoulder shape. They all wear the same uniform. And such a thing will be similar for laborers. These are people that they would be ranchers, like I said. They would be miners. They would be construction workers. People who do the backbreaking, moving, and not really working with their hands, working with their muscles and their brawn. They would not be wearing these puffy little pants. So let's go in real quick and censor these babies because I don't need Twitch yelling at me. But I do want to remove the silhouette because, one, corsets would probably be getting in the way of this kind of labor-intensive stuff. They would still be wearing a simple cloth, probably a simple chemise, just for the sake of it, and probably simple shorts, like little underwear shorts over a loincloth. Much similar to the priesthood. Let's go find them real quick again. I did make their underwear somewhere. Let's find it. It's in these layers somewhere. There it is. They would be wearing these little chemises and these simple pants, just like the priesthood. There it is. Let's get a little look at that. Nothing too crazy. Just something to help them with their work. Now, laborers, in this culture specifically... Oh, good. Music. Music, please. It's getting a little crazy. A little loud. Let's turn you down just a bit. There we go. Don't do it, Leon. Show me kindness. Show me a mercy. I cannot. You're helping me get to that 420, I understand. But just like the priesthood, laborers would not be wearing anything too crazy when it comes to clothing. And these guys and girls and non-binary pearls would be wearing pants. The first of its kind. Probably nothing too clingy. Something like this. To kind of follow their underwear shape. And they wouldn't be worrying about extra layers underneath either. It would just be like... let's turn this down a bit. There we go. But it would just be like a pair of trousers, a pair of work trousers. Maybe the work trousers, they'd wear something underneath. They'd wear a shirt, probably a collared shirt. They would all be wearing up here. While females typically like to have their stuff down here, if they are a labor female, They'd probably be wearing collared shirts, just like the other gender's clothing. They probably wouldn't have sleeves too crazy, but something more function, made out of a material that's pretty well put together, pretty sturdy. And the shirt wouldn't have anything too crazy happening. It would just be long enough to be tucked under the pants. Now that's a first for these people. They usually put the shirts. Actually no, they do tuck it. Never mind. They all tuck it. But this is the first time they've been tucking their shirts in a pair of pants. Also, their underwear might be a bit shorter, so that their trousers can come up closer to their legs. Who knows? But there we go. Shirt tucked. Then they'd pull pants over it. Oh. I drew the pants line on the wrong layer, but that's okay. We don't have to acknowledge that. Oh, and also on the pants, I wanted to add suspenders. They would probably all be wearing suspenders to keep those bad boys from falling. And then in the back, it would probably do this. And then this would attach to the pants behind them. Like that. Just like how we do it. Because it's pretty easy to keep your pants up like that. Let me get rid of this real quick, because that's not a part of the shirt. There we go. But yeah, they'd have some suspenders to keep their stuff up, because they'd be doing a lot of labor-intensive exercise. And they don't want their stuff falling. But they still have the undershirt because they don't want to chafe. Chafing is not fun. Especially when your suspenders are, like, strapped onto your chest all day. Yeah, true. True. Blah, blah, blah. Blah, 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 blah. Meh. So the look of a worker could probably be something basic like that, where it's just a shirt with pants and suspenders on. If they're trying to look a little nicer, they'd probably wear a cloth that, or a fabric of a coat that has the same texture as their pants, just to cover up those suspenders. Now the coat would not do anything too crazy. It would probably have a silhouette different than what the others wear. So I was thinking probably something simple. Something that comes to the oh, hello? Oh, I'm on my eraser. So probably something that comes here. Something just above the sleeve cutoff and the hemming of their previous shirt. It'd probably be a little bit bulkier, but nothing too crazy. And then it would just come in as a simple coat with a button. Maybe it even has like one of these, like a little... no, that looks dumb. Never mind. Yeah, a simple little coat. And the coat would pull in right here at the waist. And maybe they have it flaring out just a little bit, just to kind of have a bit of a sense of fashion, because humans are vain little creatures. We like looking nice. There's nothing wrong with wanting to look nice, even if you're going on a labor-intensive job. So they probably have this little coat that wouldn't catch, and it's for going into cooler areas of the cave, or to just keep their undershirt and their suspenders nice and clean until they really start working. Actually, the coat might do this. It might close up completely, and they don't really worry about anything else. So I think that could work really well. They wouldn't be wearing a whole lot of jewelry, because like I said, I'm thinking construction worker here. Just something simple. Let's erase this real quick. There we go. And boom. An even simpler, dumbed-down version of the Artisans Clothing. This time incorporating some pants. They'd probably wear shoes that would alike into whatever they're doing. If they're mining, they've probably got some pretty hefty, sturdy leather shoes. Maybe even studded to protect their feet. Because they do have very long feet. And everyone would be wearing roughly the same thing. Pants equals you're doing hard labor. And there is actually stuff you could do with that. For instance, this is going to sound silly, but maybe there is a noble person. Yeah, the poor laborers. Oh, poor laborers. Oh. Well, society sadly has to have people who break their backs, especially in societies that don't have the technology to help. We do, though. But, yeah. Yeah, I know. They probably use spiders for a lot of stuff, too. They do have, like, kind of like how we have, cattle, or, what is it? Like the yoke and plow, I think it's called. We used to use bulls to pull, oh god, my mind is blanking. What are those things? Those thingies that they use to... Yeah, ox! They used to use ox to plow fields. So they probably use spiders for labor as well, like moving rocks, moving stone, whatever. But, I want trousers to definitely be a sign of the laborer. Because everyone else wants to wear these beautiful, long, flowing, voluminous skirts that show that they don't need that leg mobility. Well, these guys definitely do. I'm gonna get a sip. Make sure you guys are hydrating too, by the way. I don't need my beautiful chat to be thirsty. Bulba needs to water theirself. I skipped on every pronoun. I'm trash. Leon, you be a hydrated bear. Yeah, I was tripping up. You know how you accidentally call someone by the wrong name, and then you just go down the roster of your family and friends until you find that name? That's kind of what I did for a second. It happens. I'm kind of head empty right now. I'm gonna erase this though and clean it up a bit. There we go. I really like the idea that these guys have. There we go. But I really like the idea that these guys have need to take a break today. I will. I'm probably gonna keep going until I normally stop because I'm fine. But yeah, I was thinking these guys would probably have like a little hat. I was thinking of like a tabby cap. That's not a break. No, it's fine. I don't need a break right now. But yeah, I wanted to give these guys like a little hat. Like a little cap or something. Where they it's like a net for chefs. They stuff their hair in there. They just hold it in place. That way it does not get in the way. I'm sure some of them coil their hair up, put it like in a bun or a ponytail on top of their head, but some of them probably pop it in a little hat and keep that shit from getting in the way when they're working. So that would be a laborer, someone who's wearing their hair up, hiding, and wearing trousers. And this would be really good calling cards for this culture to go, you're probably a miner. So that is basically how you break everything down to get into different social classes. However, I can't fully cover social classes until we get to these social aspects of the culture, which is what we're doing today. That was basically just an hour of covering the basics of how to dumb down the fashion a little bit for more class-appropriate attire. We'll be able to flesh that out more once we know more about the people as a whole. So today we're going to be working on social stuff. For the most part. Let's see. Just for those who haven't seen it yet, I did make these lists here. My layers are everywhere. Well, everywhere. Where is it? There's my ecology. There's my biology. Physical proportions. As we know, I went over physical proportions, which is all of the how does this thing look like, basically. What's its eyes shape, nose shape, height, weight, whatever. We've seen this all before. This is not new. I covered this last week. I did these points. So this is pretty new. Covered biology, different senses, how they walk, when they sleep, what their chromosomes are, what their sexes are, and what's the difference between these sexes, and how they grow from baby to elder. So just, you can copy all that whenever you want. Pause the VOD, if you will. And I also covered ecology. Now, I skipped these the first time because I just wanted to dive straight into fashion after doing physical proportions. But here they are now. I didn't skip them this time. Let's turn this down. And ecology covers habitat and agriculture, as well as food you can eat, food that people have access to, as well as materials, such as, for them, it's spider silk, as well as mushrooms, bioluminescent mushrooms specifically. And we just made a little chart on stuff they would have access to readily. And here's my fashion. So today I'm going to be grinding in social stuff. Let's scoot up into my little notes here. Social. And writing down all of this stuff will help me figure out how to add more to the clothing later. Because like I said, the priests, for example, I can't figure it out. I don't know their religion too well yet. But I will. Okay, so. Oh no. So this is how I did it. I did this. And I usually go over in the social tab of my template. I look at average intelligence first and foremost. Because some people aren't necessarily interested in creating a super smart race, or a race that has the same intellectual level as us. Some people make, like, say, mountain trolls, where maybe their intelligence is a lot less than the average IQ of a human. Maybe they're extremely smart. Maybe they're so smart, you want to build a culture around aspects that we can't even wrap our head around. So it's all to do with their intelligence as a whole, as a species, and what they can accomplish, and that's the first line that we cover. Next is communication. How do they talk to each other? Do they speak like we do, like I'm doing right now to you? Or do they talk telepathically? Do they have the incapability of using their mouths? Maybe they don't have mouths. Maybe they're an octopus race, but instead of, speaking or gurgling to their friends, they use their tentacles. They use these really long tentacle arms and hands to shape different words. We don't have to just make sounds at each other in order to communicate. We can have sign language or telepathy or anything you can think of. Animals use a lot of pheromones. They use scent to talk to each other. Most of the time. So that is something you'd want to look over. And however the species learns how to communicate, body language works as well. Body language works extremely well, even with us. If we run into someone who we don't know how to understand, like if I'm talking to someone who's speaking Chinese at me and that's all they know, and I know just English, I can't tell you what they're saying, but I can tell you if they're mad or sad or upset with me, or I've done something to offend them because I can see their bodies moving in that way. Expressions and emotions are pretty much universal. So that body language is also a very, very strong factor in communication. But communication will factor in how language works, which is our next tab, languages. What languages do they speak? Now, for me, I'm only going to be working on one. I'm not here to make multiple languages. But I have always found it kind of disingenuous, or a disservice rather, for RPGs and games like D&D. Now, don't get me wrong, I love D&D, but it only makes alphabets and like one language per race. And while I get it, they don't want to spend 5,000 hours going over something that'll be tertiary to the gameplay. It, as a linguist, like a lingual, how do I say that? A lingual hobbyist? Someone who dabbles in language, it makes me really sad. It actually makes me very sad. Because language is not universal to a race, it's universal to the culture. And there are many cultures of humans, I'm sure, in a D&D campaign, just like there's multiple cultures of elves and dwarves. So why would we have the language so limiting? So if you want to design multiple languages, go for it. I'm only going to be doing one for the sake of the stream, but I can show how other languages develop from the first one, because, funnily enough, Tolkien did the exact same thing. In fact, if it hadn't been for his... Let's turn this down a bit so I can hear myself. But if it hadn't been for Tolkien's love of language and his exploration of how the languages coincide with one another, because he didn't just make Elvish, he made multiple Elvish languages and dialects, because he loved language. Because there is a difference between Quenya, which is basically like our way of saying Latin, pretty much. It's like Elvish Latin. It's a dead, extinct languages where the other languages have come from. There's a difference between Quenya and Tengwar. Tengwar is a much more modern language. And then there's a difference between the Sylvan languages of the elves. And then there's elves that are on the western continent of Middle Earth. And then there's elves that are way to the not the west. Yeah, they're much more west, that you can only get there by a very special boat. And who knows what they're speaking, because they haven't really been in contact with the elves of Middle Earth. But these kind of things are just fascinating as hell to me. So that's what you could do with that. You could figure out what kind of languages of which cultures you have. For now, like I said, I'm working on one culture, so I'm only working on one language. If you want to focus on... I do make languages for fun. But, yeah, you could look into that. Figure out what kind of languages they would be speaking, how the language developed from one to another, if they did. For now, I'm just going to focus on the one, because these people have been isolated for a long time, but I can cover that in detail later, because I want to cover it all in detail. Which brings me to my next point, brings me to my next point, dialects. Not everyone who speaks the same language speaks the same way. If I'm talking to, say, a British person, they will use a few words that I will not recognize. Like, we say stroller, they say baby pram. We say sidewalk, I think they say... Uh-oh. I don't even know. We say elevator, they say lift. Like, we use different words for different contexts. And that is definitely something you can see in other languages as well. Including, like I said, Tolkien's languages. He took into account dialects, which is amazing. And that brings us to the next point. Genders. How many genders do they got? Nowadays in our society, people like to say we have a binary, male and female, masculine, feminine, but that's not necessarily true. We have a broad stroke in all reality, but that is quote-unquote the social norm as of right now. In other cultures, not so much. There are hundreds of examples of cultures that have a third gender. I don't know if this is the best example because I heard it's a bit problematic, but I know the Hijra, I think it's pronounced, Hijra from India is considered a third gender, which is technically eunuchs. They were, what is it? AMAB, I believe it's how you say it. They were AMAB, which is assigned male at birth. And later on, they went through a type of castrati tradition, which made them eunuchs, and are considered third gender in India. Don't quote me on that completely, because I don't know too much about it. It's a pretty sectioned off, like, almost occultic tradition. And only people who are in it really know everything. But it's just one example of hundreds that we have. We've always had that third gender, like, looming above us. And then hanging out with the other genders. So you don't need the binary. You can have as many genders as you feel is appropriate for your people's social standing. And typically, with genders, come gender roles. What does society expect from each gender? For our roles, traditionally, because of the good old American dream that happened in the 50s, they expect males to be like the quote-unquote breadwinners. We expect females to stay at the house and be the good, upstanding cooks and whatever. And that's been basically it until recently, where we've been saying, no, fuck you, we're shaking things up. And that's just a product of history and a bit of culture shift. Sorry about that, had a little cough. But it mostly has to do with post-war economics. We had a lot of shift in our culture when the war happened. Because in the 1920s, we were jived. We were pretty party, we were pretty loose, and we were really liberal when it came to trans stuff at the time. Because we were starting to cover that shit. Scientists were starting to do breakthroughs. They were starting to look through and see that there are trans individuals, there are gay individuals. And then the war hit. And we lost all of that progress because our country had to go into survival mode. We went in pure war attack mode. And the genders got really split. Men were seen having to leave the house, leave the front, and be on the battlefield, while women were at home taking care of literally everything in the country. And granted, it gave women the opportunity to wear pants and be seen as a force in the workforce specifically. But it really solidified a lot of things, I think. It really battle-hardened our country, and it made the men basically have to feel like they're these really tough macho, hey, we have to be, we all got to be military might out here. And it was kind of like a weird forwards and backwards situation for our country, but we're getting it back. And you can look at our history and look at other people's history and see something similar for your world. What does history say with your culture that shaped their gender roles? I'm gonna give an example of my frogs again because I love my froggos. They have a history of having the females much larger and therefore much stronger, and while the males are small and quick. So roles started to dictate that females were these big, hulking warriors who usually bodyguarded the gateways to their cities and acted as basically the muscle force within the walls of their home, while the males were the ones who snuck around. They were the hunters. They were the quick, agile little hunters and gatherers. Now, it's not a hard and fast rule for them, but it has shaped how they see males and females. So, take into account all of that fun stuff. You could really get lost in all that. Sexuality. Since we have genders, we do have sexualities as well. Do they consider sexuality a thing in their culture? Yeah, it is just a rule of thumb. It's not necessarily set in stone, like I said, but having the basis helps really well with, one, solidifying culture norms when writing your world, or subverting expectations. Like, say, my frogs, the women are seen as these big, strong, slow warriors. Maybe there's a female that's super fast. What does that say about her? That's terrifying, first of all. And she's breaking social gender norms. Why? What brought her to that point? Why is she, an Olympic like runner instead of this instead of what society has told her she has to be? It's a fun little thing to do for outliers and solidifiers. But sexualities also comes in a lovely package of the whole identity stuff. Do they focus in on that, or do they... No, she's tank. Her is tank. I love my frogs. I don't know if anyone can tell, but I love them. But yeah, sexualities are pretty simple. How do they look at it? For us, I've realized we cover it based on whether or not we like the same sex. While for my frogs, I made it to where it's just dependent on what sex they like. Us, it's about, quote-unquote, the default being, hetero stuff. So we needed a word for people who like same-sex. While for the frogs, it's the opposite. They don't really care. They just have simple terms for if you love males, if you love females, if you love both, if you love neither. So a male and a female can both be considered male affinitive, like they prefer men. And there isn't really a word for girls who like girls and boys who like boys. It's all the same thing for them because it's tertiary. So, does your culture have words for that, or do they not care? Do they even have words for it at all? There's a nice little webcomic I used to read, and or there's a race in it that don't have a concept of gender preference. They're like, I don't understand what that means. If you just like a person, you like them. Who knows? Maybe they don't have a word for it. Right, moving on to social hierarchy. How do you spell hierarchy? There we go. I-E-A-R. There we go. Social hierarchy. What social roles are considered more prevalent? Of course, you're gonna have your high class, wealthy lords, nobility up there, and I'm sure, like, say your race has slaves, they're gonna be at the bottom. But what does your race consider more important? Is it military strength? Is it, incest? I don't want to think about that. But do they consider military more important? Are you in a more higher standing if you're a fighter? Or if you're in a religion, like if you're in a priestly position? Are priests and kings the same thing? Some religion or some societies used to be like that. The term priest king came from that. Pharaohs in Egypt were kind of like that. They were um, considered children of the gods or reincarnations of the gods. Oh, sorry. But this lets people know how you're going to line up your different words, because some of this... Oh, I heard something that scared me. But all of this kind of culminates into how they see everything through their lenses of culture, and it gives context to what words they use in their languages. Like, for instance, in ancient Egyptian, they use the word, I believe it... I don't remember exactly what it means, but they use the same word for, like, gods and temples as the king's palace, which tells a lot. They see a king and his palace as something inherently holy and to be worshipped, just like how they see their gods and their religious temples. So all of that culminates, like I said, into the language and how they see their people. We're going to move in, though, on symbiotic species. You could take that however you want. that word looks awful. There we go. Symbiotic species. I can't really think of an example of that for humans, because humans don't really have any symbiosis with a lot of species nowadays. And I'm not talking about pets. I'm talking like animals that you go tit for tat with, such as, for example, ants will actually keep, like, cattle. There are ants that actually keep these worms like cattle, and they will feed them, and as such, they will gather, like, this honeydew. And this little cattle worm thing will give them food. It's really interesting. But, it's considered more symbiotic than, like, just us owning a bunch of cattle. It's a bit more ecologically sound than that. We're kind of an outlier. So anything that they have a harmonious relationship with another species, that's typically what you want to put in there. Sadly, humans don't really have a real-world example of that. But parasitic species. What kind of parasites plague these poor people? Is it prevalent? For us, the best way would be... yeah, we're kind of fucked. Yeah, we don't have any symbiotic species to hang out with us. And if we did, they are long since dead because we took all their shit and we drained them dry. A symbiotic species for us would possibly be trees, maybe? But trees are a symbiotic species with everything. Trees are literally the lungs of the earth. Like, we would be dead without them. But parasitic species. What species will take advantage of your race? And like I said, this is probably for, like, the more less intelligent species that you may want to create. But parasites for us could be, you know, it could be any creature really. Leeches, ticks, uh, anything that latches onto us. What could get them? Like, say if they're a very smart telepathic race, maybe there's some sort of mind drainer. Maybe there's a type of species that can latch onto them and just take their mental fortitude away. That would be awful and scary. Pets. What kind of pets do they have? And how well do they treat their pets? Nowadays, when we hear pet, we basically think fur babies. My cat is my son. That is my boy. That is my baby. He is not my pet. I do not own him. He is my child. He is a sweet little kitty cat that I love so much. But not every culture will see animals the same way as we do. And I don't know about sweet, but he's a sweet boy. He's my sweet baby boy. Be nice to him. But yeah, sadly not every culture will feel the same way like about their pets as we do. And that's just how life is sometimes. So how well do they treat their pets? Do they have pets? What kind of pets do they have? All of that can be covered here. And then we move on to the beautiful, oh, if I could spell. I still can't spell. It's fine though. Festivals. What kind of festivals do they cover? What kind of holidays? For us, we have Valentine's Day coming up. You know, what's the history behind their little festivals? You don't have to make anything extensive, just a couple at first to kind of flesh out the world. Like say you want to make a D&D campaign and you want your party to be traveling through a town. What treat your spouse good, one for day. For 1 day holiday. Yeah, but that's basically what it comes down to nowadays. Treat your partner like it's Valentine's Day every day. But yeah, say you're a DM wanting to take your party through a town who's celebrating a specific holiday and you want to do something cool there. Figure out why that holiday is. What race, why is the race celebrating it so prevalently? What significance does it have to people? What little traditions do they do during this holiday, during this festival? Stuff like that. Just consider it. A different food. They could eat different food depending on the holidays. Like I said, on Valentine's Day, chocolate seems to be a really common thing. At least here. Which brings us to another kind of holiday. Birthdays. Do they celebrate birthdays? How do they celebrate birthdays? Because we tend to celebrate, we throw a little party, we bring out the cake, we make people blow candles. What are a couple little things they do for people's birthdays? That'd be nice. Do they celebrate birthdays? I know Jehovah's Witness actually don't celebrate holidays. Because they consider it like idolization? Yeah, that's the word. So, maybe? No. Weh, no yawning. So maybe the culture doesn't have festivals or birthdays because they're extremely religious and consider it... Thank you for the all caps! But yeah, maybe they consider it idolization. Maybe they don't have any of that. Figure all that stuff out. It's fun. But you can't celebrate festivals and birthdays if you don't have friends or family. How do relationships work? What do they consider a relationship? I know in at least the Western culture, and it does vary from person to person, but commonly you consider someone a friend if they're able to hang out a bunch, go out, probably, go out to eat, go watch movies, hang out a bunch. Nowadays we can't because of COVID. But what dictates a relationship? What kinds of relationships? Is it romantic? How do they carry on their feelings for one another? How do they express their affections for one another. I know, depending on the friend group, but most commonly, you kind of bully the crap out of each other if you're friends. You want to call your friend a big, dumb, gay nerd sometimes. Not in the mean way, of course. You're right, but you pick on them. You pick on them lovingly. You berate them with love. Do they do that? Or would they? Mood. Hello, Con. But yeah, how do they express their feelings for one another, whether that be platonic or romantic? What do they consider platonic and romantic? I know some cultures, like, straight up full kiss each other all over the face, and they're completely, affectionate. But they're completely platonic, while maybe a more reserved culture, like Japan, if they see someone smooching on the cheeks, they're like, yo, y'all married? So what kinds of stuff are they allowed to do depending on the relationship? What's considered platonic and what's considered romantic? Who knows? As for relationships with people, you also have a family structure. What's considered part of your family structure? Now, as humans, we typically go, okay, well, of course you have your mom and your dad and your brother and sister and your cousins, your aunts, your uncles. But if I were to ask you, who is your immediate family, you would probably go, oh, my parents and my siblings. Because you don't typically include grandparents and uncles and aunts and their kids. Leon, cuddly. Yes, him cuddle bear. A baby bear, sun bear. I love him. So, what would they consider family structure? What would they consider nuclear? Do they even have multiple parents? Does one of the parents, like, say, lay the egg of the kid and leave? Like, who knows? How does it work? Do they even have a family structure? Are they alone their whole lives? Are they a very solitary race? Or are they very familial, where they're all piled in on each other? Like 20 people in, like, one warren, like a bunch of rabbits or something. And it's all, you include your aunts and uncles and grandmothers and grandfathers, like all of them. Get them all in there. They're all just as nuclear as the last. This will also come into play with language as well. So figure out the family structure. What's important to them? What is the immediate family versus the distant family? And you can't make a family without having a bit of a time with some courtship. How does the courtship work? Do they even have a choice in courtship? Does your race have an option to choose who they want to be with? Or is it all on the parents? Do the parents choose your courtier? And what kind of simple things do they do for courting? How do they attract one another? Do you give gifts? Do you do dances, displays of affection in ways that humans could never do? I know birds do these beautiful dances. Some build, like, houses out of sticks to kind of show their partner, look what I can do. How do they do it? How do they express themselves? And are skills required by the person they're trying to attract in order to win over the other one? Do they have to be able to, like, throw a special spear, like 30 yards a certain direction? Who knows? That was just a lame example. But, like, what do they expect from someone who's trying to court them, and how can they be successful? Upwind with their offhand. And if you're able to court the lovely individual of your dream, do you get married? How do you get married? Is marriage a thing in your culture? Marriage, up until recently actually, was just someone who said, hey, we're married now. No paperwork involved, just two people saying they're together, and it was so. In fact, marriage, most of the time, was just the girl getting sold off to another person's family and living with them. That was it. There was no, like, paperwork involved, no government saying, okay, you're legally together now. So, do they have legal proceedings? Or do they just kind of say, hey, we're together? And after you have married and lived your life, you do grow old and you do die. So what are their funeral rites? What kind of traditions do they do for that? What kind of clothes do they wear for that? We wear black, of course. I'm not sure the origin of that. And I know the Chinese, well, specifically Asian countries, wear white. What colors would they wear to this funeral? Why would they wear these colors? For my people, my underlings here, they would be wearing white. It'd be more like a whitish gray, because they would be wearing a spider silk, of course, and the softest, no silhouette look. So they'd all look like these ephemeral, like, pillars, these white pillars of ghosts. And they wouldn't dye the silk. And the silk naturally comes in this really pretty, very subtle blue-gray white color. And they would wear it undyed in this very simple robe. And that's how you'd know someone was in mourning. So, how does that tie into funeral rites? How do they prepare food? How do they prepare the body? How do they do exhumation? The whole scene has a ethereal feel to it. Oh, thank you. But I know in Japan specifically, they do not approve of sticking your chopsticks directly into a bowl of rice, because that's exactly how they present rice at a funeral. So it's extremely off-putting to do that in like a regular table dinner. It's extremely disrespectful. They also use chopsticks from that rice. Oh my hopes of world build dussies. There we go. I can speak. Taro. Hi Tarochi, how you doing? We're out here world building. Going over funerals. How do funerals work? But yeah, look into your culture's history and how they would prepare these different funeral rites. What do they consider important, and what do they consider needing to be exhumed? I know in Zoroastrianism, they basically put your body on the highest peak of the tallest tower to make sure that you were naturally taken by the vultures. And then after your bones had been bleached in the sun and there was no sickness on you, that's when they did something with your bones. At least, I think that's what happened. I know some cultures also cremate very quickly as well. Oh, I know you. Yeah, Taro all precious, and Leon precious, and Con precious. All of you precious. But yeah, look into other cultures' funeral rites and figure out what could work for your culture and why it would. What part of the body would they want to keep protected, and what is able to get tossed away? I'm ready to be set ablaze upon a boat when I go. Oh, Con, no, you're precious. Shush. But oh yes, I agree, including Taro. Ha. But after a funeral, we can worry about trading. I know, right? Death and now taxes. Who do they trade with? Do they trade with other races, or do they trade with only their own? Amanaman Banui good. Yeah. Banini. The Banini a good Banini. Very good friend. But who do they trade with? And what do they trade? What do they trade for? 11 out of 5. Agreed. These are the relations of other cultures that you want to look out for. What kind of goods does this trading import? So what do they have access to? All that's a fun little thing to do. For me, I'm not going to be worrying about that very much. They only really trade with themselves, and they all have access to the same stuff. So they have only recently started coming into contact with other races. And that's because they are underground species, these little guys. With that, alliances. Who do they have good relationships with in terms of kingdom and country? And what is keeping these alliances held in place? What can they offer to keep their kingdom or their territory from being just plowed by the other territories? Is it through marriage? Is it through trade? And who are they warring with? Why are they warring with them? These are really good questions to ask, especially if you're doing a D&D campaign, because if you want to maybe erase a lot of mining operations, true. Oh! Leon out here getting bonked. But who are they warring with? For D&D, like I said, this could be a situation where you've figured out 2 countries on a map you've made are at war, and there is a border that is constantly being skirmished at, and your party just so happens to have walked through that skirmish. How are they going to deal with it? So stuff like that helps when fleshing out aspects of the world as well. And that is all of the social stuff I'm going to cover for this. Now, I did promise that I was going to break down these people's cultures more thoroughly. Because I want to work on language. Language is one of the most fun things I can do. I've been yawning a lot. Like I said, there was some spooky stuff that happened last night, and it kept me up pretty late. I was a little wired there for a bit, but I'm good. I might take a nap after all this. Actually, might get a little snoozle. I'm trying to go for gold today. I'm trying to get to that 420. Drachma's Gate. Really, I've never seen Drachma's Gate, or played it or whatever it is. I don't know what it is. I am the lame. Oh, yeah, something like that. Yeah. I remember now. Yeah, Fort Briggs. Yeah, I remember all that. Yeah, basically. And Kimberly actually used that to his advantage for the story plot, but yeah. Border skirmishes are a really, really good way to drive certain plot elements home as well. So it's good to know what your race and the culture is dealing with, because it makes for story. So, since I have covered fashion for the most part, we are going to start covering social stuff for... I'm going to kind of hone in on it. I'm going to zone in on a few of these points. So for my race, average intelligence is going to be the same as ours, because they are a humanoid race. What's the average IQ? I believe it's about 100, 110, in between that. Dang it. Granted, IQ isn't the only thing you can do. Oh yeah, it's about 100. So their IQ would be roughly the same. Their average intelligence would be at the same level as us, because they are a humanoid mammalian race. If you're a VTuber enjoyer, probably 140. Leon, that's so cute. Thank you. But also, you too. Because you also enjoy VTubers. So I'm gonna say their average intelligence, they would have 100 IQ. No wonder Leona Desmond's so smart. You smart too, Con. Fox VTuber's pretty smart. I would like to think. But yeah, I'd give them average intelligence, 100 IQ, which means they're roughly at the same as human intelligence. Because they are humanoid. For you, it just depends on how intelligent you want your race to be in relation to where you think their culture development and their tech development is. Now, these guys are roughly in line with medieval to Victorian-esque tech, with some give or take here and there, because they don't have access to what we did in all aspects of our Victorian era. Oh, he is dead. Goodbye, Con. Close the wood panel thingy. Huh? Wait, are you talking to me? Wood panel. I am confusion. Oh, I remember that. I didn't realize he said he forgot the word door. Code. What'd you call it? What'd you substitute it for? That's funny. What? Close the, the thing with the dumb metal knob in it. That's so cute. Okay, you don't have to, buddy. Just know it's precious as hell. I agree. His cuteness makes up for it. We love a head empty fox on this channel. Look at it all exasperated. This thing. Help. Chaotic. That's so cute. Come on, man. How can you say you're not cute? That's precious. Little baby fox boy cutie. Gabine. Alright. Moving on. Average intelligence. Average human intelligence. Roughly on par with ancient Victorian, early Victorian technology. They probably aren't having an industrial revolution though, so everything is still very much handcrafted, not machine made. So a bit more medieval in that sense. Communication, they talk just like we do, through the vocal folds and out of their mouth hole. So they have very vocal communication. Like I said, with your people, they don't have to do that. They can be telepathic. They can use their little paws or their little tentacles, let's say, to communicate. Or they use scents. Who knows? It's all up to you. Give me just a second, though. I kind of clipped the nail a little bit here, and I gotta clip it. There we go. Nail fixed. Ah, no, you're not allowed to tell me I'm cute. Too late. I'm back. And now everything is null and void. But yeah, I accidentally tapped my nail kind of hard. Wah, Leon, wah. But I tapped my nail a little hard on my tablet, and I kind of chipped it. So I had to give it a quick little clip. But yeah, they talk like us. They use their throat, they say the words, they use their vocal cords, all that good stuff. Languages. I will be working on this extensively after covering all of this, as well as dialects. We'll probably be covering that next week in full force. Cute bat be back. Oh, thank you. Thank you, Con. Pet the baby fox boy. Cute. But yeah, these I will be covering extensively next week. So we will put a pin in that. Now for genders, they're going to have 3. They have masculine, feminine, and neutral. Now I say neutral because that's the best word. Oh, that E looks kind of funky. I say neutral because that's the best word we can use for that. Con, no, don't threaten us. Please, listen, put the gun down. I'll do what you want. But, yeah, for my culture, I want to have 3 genders, because I want to have roughly 3 gender roles. Now, gender roles aren't going to be as prevalent in this species as it is in our culture, typically. Theirs is more social. There's more class, not social class, not gender. So, you know how we see, I bake off and I'm down. Aww, he does bake. Leon does a lot of baking, and he is really good at it. Yeah, he is really good at it. I did make icing, though, last time he baked cookies, and it was really yummy. Also, for Valentine's Day, Leon, do you want to do a little cookie baking date, please? I would like that a lot. Please say yes. I would love that. Yay! Maybe we could get cookie cutters and make little hearts out of them. Me. Guys, he's gonna go on a date with me. I'm so excited. Chocolate peanut butter cake. Oh. Haven't had chocolate peanut butter cake in so long. Oh. I've never had it. I don't know what it's like. But yeah, I want gender roles, but I don't want them to be super prevalent in this yeet. Oh, he's gonna yeet me a pic. Let's go look at the pic. Let's go look at it. Let's all go to the PB&J. Which server are you putting it in? Because I want to see. Yeah, VC chat's fine. Chuck it in there. Oops, I accidentally joined a thing. Oh, that looks delicious. I'm out here being hungry. I already ate, but now I'm hungry. It does look really good. That looks really tasty. You should be. That looks delicious. Yeah, Leon, go get some foods. Get some nums. But let's see. Yeah, genders and gender roles. Like I said, not too prevalent. I'm not going to be worrying too much because males and females seem to have the same roles no matter what in terms of social class. all women, men, and you men are allowed positions of power, positions of authority, positions of teaching, priesthood, military strength, because they all kind of have the same body structure and they all have the same amount of muscles. There was never really a prevalence between sexes, unlike what we've had to deal with in some of our cultures. Find a service that lets me deliver cake without addresses and I've got you. Hell yeah, that would be awesome. I know we'd be sending cookies all of our friends if we could do that. But yeah, for my species, I'm not going to focus on gender roles. There aren't really any specific differences in gender roles. They don't expect anything different of you if you are male, female, or you male. They don't really care. Music? Why are you so quiet? Hello? Oh, because it's restarting. Bake trade! I agree. Bake trade. So, sexualities, because there isn't really a prevalence on gender roles, I don't think I'm going to put a prevalence on sexualities either. These people, since exploring them, seem to have a really big focus on social society. They don't care so much about your gender as much as what your place is in society. So the social hierarchy is going to be very strong and very strict. Which means it's going to be very hard for you to climb out of your social ring. If you are born an artisan, specifically let's say a jewelry maker, you will never get out of that. You could never become a priest or, God forbid, nobility. I feel like they would keep you in that ring of social status because of how this culture is coming out. Which is why they probably put a very big prevalence on clothing as well. Maybe there's restrictions on artisans' clothing because they don't want people to look like they're noble. Maybe you're not allowed to have certain patterns or colors in your clothes, and that's how nobility shows themselves off as a difference. They don't want you to want for more. Yeah, I think it might actually, set societal roles. It happens. Nowadays, we don't have them, at least in our culture. Not for, well, we kind of do, but not so prevalently. Because we do still have, like, the 1%ers, high class and low class. Yeah, it's not as strict. And you can marry up or down. We don't really care. They probably would. Since seems like how they're developing. They would care immensely if you married up or down on the spectrum. They might even have a social hierarchy within the social hierarchies. Maybe there's different kinds of nobility who are like, oh, you're a count? I'm a duke. I don't want you to marry I'm not gonna have your son marry my daughter because you're lower than me. And maybe that's passed down to the artisan class as well. Maybe they're like, hey, you're a jewelry maker? Guess what? We're just cobblers, and listen, please just, set up this marriage with our kids. Because let's say the jewelry makers are higher up because they are making, they're working with metal and they're working with much more valuable things. Stuff like that. I'll workshop it a bit more, but I definitely want the social hierarchy to be very strict, very strong, and there's hierarchy in even the same social ladder. Same classes. There we go. That works. Which also sadly means that the laborer class is probably seen as really bad. Or not really seen as bad. They're still a necessary part of culture, but they probably are looked down upon, as sad as that is, to the point where they may not even be technically allowed to live within certain parts of the city. Maybe they're only isolated to mining colonies. And that is, and like I said, no culture is perfect. There are going to be toxic aspects of a culture. And after looking through my culture, through all of these networks here, I think that might be the toxic part of my culture. They are very strict on hierarchy, and they probably treat people who wear blue collar clothing. Yeah, there's a hell of a lot of toxic shit in our culture. You are correct, Leon. But that's probably a toxic aspect of their society, that these classes are so tight that, you know, it would be scandalous if someone from a different social standing were to fall in love with someone. Like, there would be a lot of, like, lashback, and that adds to more plot as well. Like, say, I'm running my D&D campaign, and my party runs into, you know, this girl who's really high up in the social hierarchy who wants to marry a laborer. You know, what the hell would that do to her social standing, you know? Like, what would that do to her family? The scandal! You know? It all is for world building. A little bit of struggle and a little bit of toxic situations in a culture really does help push the narrative, and it helps with both players and people indulging in the content to just kind of look on it and go, oh yeah, that is tough, you know? It adds to the story. It fuels the fire, basically. Now, they don't have any really symbiotic species. I wouldn't say the spiders are a symbiotic species. The spiders are just, they're herding, they're cattle. Because, well, I mean, they do take care of them. I personally wouldn't consider it a symbiotic species, though. It's not inherently because of evolution and nature, it's just because they settled down and domesticated them. So I don't think they have anything symbiotic. Parasites, I don't know. I'll workshop it, but I'm not going to think about it too much for now, because there aren't really too many creatures in this deep, dank, dark, dank cave that they live in that they'd have to worry about. Maybe there are... Actually, let's do this. Maybe there are some kind of parasitic species in the mines? Question mark? Like, for example, maybe there... Oh, I used the wrong brush. Oh, fun. Let's erase this again. There we go. But yeah, maybe there is... Deeper in cave. Yeah, maybe in, like, outskirts of the caves, some shrooms that could serve as them rather than animals. Possibly. Very possibly. But I'm not sure, because the only shrooms that I can think of that they would be really handling are bioluminescent ones, as well as ones that they eat. And I can't currently think of anything that would help with that would be considered a symbiotic relationship. But I will workshop it. But so far, I can't readily see anything that does that. They get funny feeling after shrooms. Hee, mushrooms make them go funny. But yeah, I'm thinking maybe some parasites are in the caves deeper, which possibly adds more to the stigmata towards laborers, because miners specifically are in these caves and are in these colonies, so maybe they're considered like people who have these gross parasitic creatures that they just live with. Maybe that's how people see them, even though it's not necessarily true. And maybe they're dealing with parasitic creatures, like, say, maybe like a type of vampire bat that, like, latches onto them. Like, maybe they're dealing with that kind of gross stuff. And the higher-ups who don't really care, don't really help. No, I no kill people. I'm baby bat. I drink tapirs. No. Also, I don't even hurt the tapirs. I just want a little sippy sippy. Listen, it's fine. I'm not bad. I'm a good bat. I don't kill people. Vampire bats don't kill people. Tapirs are delicious. What do you mean? So are cows. Cows are delicious. Yeah, hump. I need to draw an emote of me chomping down on Leon's arm or something. Just like, ow. Like this. Like this, just ow. No. Look, we can just go chomping. Here's my little paws. I think that'd be cute. Just a little chomp. But yeah, they're probably dealing with some kind of either vampire bat or an eyeless type of worm, maybe. Who knows? They're probably dealing with stuff, and that only fuels the fire with the stigma around them. I think you taste pretty good. Come here, Leon. Ow. Pets. Like I said, they do have spiders for herding, but they're not necessarily considered pets. Maybe over time they have bred some of these spiders to be smaller and fluffier, because of course tarantulas are very fluffy, sweet spiders. Now, when it comes to domestication, there actually is research on what happens to a creature when it's been domesticated over the course of a few thousand years, because science has realized, as well as just normal-ass humans, have realized beings that are domesticated lose aspects of their selves, such as ear shape and nose shape. If you look at like a wolf and say a golden retriever's ears are so sweet and loose and floppy, and their noses aren't as pointed or sharp. They're rounder, they're softer, they're a little more in on their face. And this has to do with domestication. It happens to almost every creature we've started domesticating, apparently. And it has to do with aggression versus friendliness, and the amount of testosterone and other not chemicals, what's the word? Hormones. It has to do with what kind of hormones they're creating. And apparently it has to do with development in the ear bone structure and the nose and like the muzzle structure as well. So because they're losing these chemicals, because they don't need to be as aggressive or fight or flight anymore, they're actually losing the ability to keep their ears up. And their noses aren't as long, which is really interesting. So if you want to look into domestication syndrome, it helps with how you'd think a pet would look domesticated. Noses would get shorter, ears would probably get a little floppier. Now, it's not a hard and fast rule. We do have breeds that have gotten these looks back, such as huskies. And it doesn't work with every species. Like, for example, look at cats. Some cats still have their pointy-ass ears and their cute little faces, but some cats have started getting, like, really snubby faces, as well as kind of curly, droopy ears. Not in the way dogs do. Dogs have, like, really floppy ears, but cats do have these ears that start curling in. I believe they're called Scottish fold cats. Like, Scottish fold kitties do that. They also have shorter legs. You know cats are losing their leg length? There's kitties, I think they're called munchkins. Munchkin cat. Like, there's munchkin cats where they have, like, these stubby little legs, and that's not because we bred them to look like that. They just freaking look like that. Look at this dummy. And it doesn't hurt them. They're not suffering, much like, you know, wiener dogs, like how we bred them to look absolutely fucking dumb. No, this is different. Munchkin cats are they just look like that. Why they look like that, I don't know, but they're adorable. The Stumpy. I'm gonna see if I can find cats with droopy ears. Oh, right. Sphinx cats. Sphinx cats are also kind of a, oh, Scottish folds. But, Sphinx cats are also a form of domestication syndrome. Because Sphinx cats are actually pretty recent. I think they're as recent as, like, the 70s or 80s. Like, we haven't had that or even the 90s. I don't remember. But they are very recent as a breed of animal. And that could be a type of, it's a baby, look at the little baby. But yes, Sphinx cats could be. Scottish folds could also be. Because look at this boy. Look at this baby. That's just what it looks like. That's just what their ears naturally do. Their ears droop. Because cats are slowly starting to become domesticated, just like dogs. They're losing the pointy ears. So especially the Scottish folds cats. Their ears are getting droopy. Now, we're not seeing that in a lot of breeds, and that's okay. That's because we're not, like, going out of our way to domestically breed the cats. Not until recently, at least. Cats kind of domesticated themselves. They just kind of showed up because they realized we gave them extra food and praised them for eating rats and mice that tried to get into our wheat grain reserves, you know, like over 5,000 years ago. So cats went, hey, this is a pretty good gig, and they stayed. They realized they were the gods they were always meant to be, basically. But, yeah, I find it really interesting. It also changes color. We start losing, or, the animals stop losing their patterns, and start getting these really funky looking, patterns on their fur. It's really interesting. So, say you want to make, like, a domesticated fox breed, you could look into that. You could grab a fox picture and figure out what they would look like if they were domesticated. Maybe shorten their snout a little bit. Maybe make their tails a little fluffier or thinner. Soften out their fur. Droop their ears a little. Who knows? These are all good pointers to have pets. Whenever they're making pets. Now, with that tangent aside, I just wanted to go in on how cool that is. I'm going to apply that to, weirdly enough, spiders. How I'm going to apply that, I don't know. But I will figure it out. I might go the route of the Mexican jumper spider, because those are really cute. So let's go look at some spooders real quick. Because like I said, that's all these people really have. Also, I'm gonna see what kind of animals commonly live in caves. Like deep, deep caves. Not like bears where they like just kind of live like on the outskirts of the cave, like just sort of in it. I'm talking like deep in the caves. Yeah, bear in me. Oh, they might also have snakes. Maybe types of bioluminescent salamanders or axolotls. That'd be really cute. Maybe a type of bat. Although, if I'm gonna be using a bat as the, like, parasitic disease spreader, maybe they wouldn't keep a pet bat. I feel like they'd be more akin towards... Let's see. I think they'd be more akin to insects and lizards more than a bat. Ooh, that is pretty. Yeah, I'm looking at creatures. That thing is ugly. That thing is also ugly. Resident Monster Boy. Oh, thank you. Wait. Is that a good thing? I hope that's a good thing. Ugh. That creature's also gross. Huh, that's a camel spider. I'm out. Huh. Huh. Oh, that's a centipede. Huh. Oh, I could use centipedes as a creepy parasitic species. A species that, like, torments these poor, these poor race. But I couldn't see them enjoying bats as a pet, especially if bats are... Well, actually, I'm gonna do this. I can't do it to them. I just can't. Vampire bats are babies. I'm saying as no reason whatsoever. I'm gonna make it centipedes. Because I want to get them pet bats. No one can stop me. I also want to give them glowing fishies, because of course there is still water in caves. I can't vilify my own species, it's true. I can't vilify myself, that's so mean. Not to mention, this is a gothic wish fulfillment race for my own torturous amusement. What's more goth than bats? Why would I do that to myself? Who am I? So yeah, I'm gonna give them bats, and I'm gonna give them glowing, like, axolotl creatures. They're probably not exactly axolotls, but it'll be close. Because there are water systems in caves, so of course these bioluminescent creatures would be in here. I can't... Oh, maybe moles, too. Moles, like, with no eyes, because there are moles with no eyes. These would be some pretty common house pets, I would think. And maybe they've been bred to look different, just like dogs. And then, of course, you probably have really exotic pets that are, like, from the surface. Aww, cute little mole. I'm looking at a mole right now. But, maybe they have, like... I don't know, maybe they have a type of really cool cat that was brought to them by like a trader from the surface, and it's like only a noble's pet because it's so rare, and you have to do like a lot of maintenance to keep the animal happy because you're underground and you're away from the sunlight, you know, stuff like that. That could be like a status of wealth as well. Using pets to kind of show off your cave crickets. Cave crickets are a thing? I'm not gonna touch that. Damn it. Huh. Blind cave salamander. I might base my little axolotl beings off of whatever a cave salamander is, because that kind of looks like an axolotl. I'm not gonna lie, it looks really cool. But yeah, bats, these glowing axolotl things, and eyeless moles, they're going to be the most common pets. Kind of like how if we go, oh, what's a common pet in a house? You will immediately say a cat or a dog or a fish. These are going to be like the staple animals. And over time, I can add more to that list, or add a list of uncommon animals. But it's going to be a few and far between. Because, like I said, they are in a cave system. You're not going to have as much variety when it comes to that stuff. And of course, there are going to have smaller spiders, so let's give them some spiders. Maybe spiders are considered a bit of an outlier, or you're considered more down to earth, or country, I guess is the proper term, if you have a pet spider. kind of like someone owning a pet goat or a pet cow. It's like, yeah, you're from Texas, you know, something like that. It's like a stereotype for those who are more country, those who are like a rancher. And the spiders are probably, have been domesticated enough to where they're softer, they're, chumpier, like they're cute and big and fluffy, maybe? Kind of like a Mexican jumping spider. Very cute, very big eyes, very sweet, probably smaller, because the spiders that they herd are huge. They're like horse-sized, basically. Dog to horse-sized. But these little guys could probably be like, I don't know, like a small cat, maybe? Like just a little cat. And they would have like these really cute eyes. I'm not going to pull any up on stream currently, just in case someone does have arachnophobia. I don't want to, I don't want to upset anybody. But yeah, I am going to at least pull up some references. Yeah, valid. Yeah, I don't wanna upset anybody here. But just if you know what a Mexican jumping spider looks like, it'll probably be something like that. Something very cute and small, and got these sweet little paws, like these little pedipalps that they can bounce around. And something very round and cute, because the ones they herd look a lot like widows, like black widows. Hi, Riza. Welcome back. How was food? Oh, that one has little pedipalps. That one's cute. I'm just looking at spiders and talking about different pets they could have. 'Twas good. Nice. Oh my god, that spider's fuzzy as hell. Oh, I'm not showing it, but holy crap, that boy was fuzzy. Oh, little monkey. Oh, that is a pretty boy. But yeah, Mexican jumping spider. Roughly the size of a small cat. A very, very small cat. Like, maybe even a kitten. Like we have tarantulas. It'd be bigger than a tarantula, obviously. But probably something you can hold with 2 hands. Just cradle like a baby. Or like a teacup Yorkie, you know. Nothing too big. Steak and gravy! That sounds delicious! Gib. Share with Bat, please. Bat want. Oh, these little spooters. But yeah, there we go. Spiders. The babies. Festivals. And remember, you don't have to do all of this at once. And you don't have to go from top to bottom. You can do it in any order you want. Because me, I personally want to skip festivals and birthdays at the moment, because I can't think of anything. I'd have to, like, go over history and stuff before I know what kind of festivals they'd celebrate. Birthdays? Yeah, I'll workshop all this. We'll put a pin in that. Let's do this. Put a pin in it. We will work on that later. We will work on this also in just a bit. I want to get trading, alliances, and warring done. So for trading, they only trade with others of their own species, because like I said... okay, just this once. Yay, thank you. But like I said, they trade mostly with themselves. There isn't really much of a culture variation, because they all influence one another. So they all pretty much share the same language and the same trading, same materials to trade. Oh, okay. Thank you for the lurk. And thank you for showing back up and saying hi. It's always nice to see you. So, trading has to do with just others of their own race. There we go. Others of their own race. Which means they don't really have a whole lot of variety with materials, but they have recently started coming into contact with some humans. So, some humans. Because humans are starting, at least on my world, humans are starting to become these very exploracious... Is that a word? Very, very curious, exploring people. And they've been finding a lot of things that elves could never reach. Because elves, specifically the golden elves, were very interested in just taking over the continent they're on. And it's been very hard to actually leave the continent they're on because of the dangers of seafaring, basically. The waters and the torrential waves of the seas and oceans on this world are dangerous. They could not cross those things to find other continents. However, humans have figured out a way, through ingenuity and in tinkering and all that, they figured out how to get across these oceans. They found these continents, and they found this new race. So it's only humans currently, and whatever humans have brought with them. So trading, they'd probably be getting certain silks, materials, probably different jewelry pieces that they think are really cool, but this would mostly be for nobility. Because the trading is so limited, the goods are very luxurious. Hold on, I got a cough. There we go, we're good. But because these goods are so luxurious, it would only really be for nobility. So that's another way they stick themselves out through social class. And nobility would probably love this. They would love being able to run into new races and would probably be clamoring to get an audience with even, like, a merchant human. Because it's also new, and it's another way for them to say, hey, look, we're above you, you know, like... So that would be a fun little thing. So some humans, it's limited, though. And that's another way to flesh out your culture. Alliances. I'm sure they have plenty of alliances with themselves, because as mentioned earlier, up until recently, they haven't really had contact with other species, and they've gotten along famously with their own race. They haven't really had need of a military. They don't really have a development of armor, because they've never had to fight each other. Not in the way they're probably struggling with some humans. So alliances would pretty much be just the entirety of their race. There we go. They'd probably just have alliances with each other in this giant cave network. Because, of course, there's more than one culture and there's more than one city. But I do feel like there is a bit of homogeneity? Harmony, I guess, when it comes to the look and festivals and aesthetics and traditions of these people. Because they all kind of connect, despite being separate communities. That's the word I was thinking of. And warring. Currently, like I said, they're not really having to deal with any war, but there is certainly some shit happening between the humans. So I'm going to put some humans again. Because humans are the first thing that they have run into, and while nobility is definitely, like, gung-ho for human stuff, I feel like a lot of cultures and communities of my underling race are having to deal with raids and getting attacked and messed with by humans, so they're having to start development on their military. So, since I've covered all that, that helps. I'm going to do this recently, so that I can remember that for later. Put a pin in that as well. Hehe. And now we can go through family structure and relationships and all that. So, for relationships, obviously because obviously because of their social standing, you probably shouldn't be seen with anyone outside of your social circle at all. So relationships, class differences prohibited. I know that looks silly, but class difference prohibit. You are prohibited from socializing, whether platonically or romantically, with someone of a different class than you. Why would you do that? That's awful. Who are you? You know, like that's probably how they see it. And it's probably very scandalous to do that. Let's see. What else? They probably wouldn't be too crazy about very affectionate touching, at least in public. Whether or not you are together or just friends, it'd probably be seen as a little weird. I feel like hand holding is fine though. Maybe you can hand hold your friends, like hold hands with friends. Hold hands with friends. Because hands, hands aren't sexual. You can hold hands with your homies. So maybe you are considered pretty close friends if you just hold hands with each other while you're walking down the street. You know, just going out on a little day. I don't think it would be considered anything. Yeah, you hold hands with your homies, you know, like just walking down the street and holding hands. I feel like it might come into play from older structure. Maybe back then, hand holding was a way to keep yourself huddled with your group, your family, your friends, because you are in this deep, dark, dank cave, and you want to keep close those who are a part of your group. And if your group is moving, you don't want to get lost. Yeah, we hand holding out here, Jax. Hi, how are you? But yeah, I think hand-holding is probably not considered a romantic gesture. It's just a friendly gesture. You're just friends. Well, Leon's out here ready to hold some hands. But kissing probably would be considered romantic. Kissing in any form, probably. Like if, let's say you're holding hands, but if you kiss that hand, that's romantic, you know? Anything with the lips is probably considered a romantic thing. So, kisses are romantic. There we go. Kisses could be considered romantic. This is just me, like, always ready to hold hands with my homies. I feel like anything to do with legs or the stomach could also be considered a little bit lewd or not. When I work in a maid cafe, my butler, I used to kiss people's hands if they consented. Aw, that's cute. That's actually precious. Also, it would fluster the hell out of people. Yeah, that's fair. But yeah, you know how some people, especially like in medieval times, whatever, Victorian times, it would be like polite to kiss the hand of like a royalty or the lady, you know, like that whole little gesture. Um, I know, Jax is out here being cute. I feel like that would be purely a romantic thing. Kissing, whether it be on hand, cheek, mouth, it doesn't matter, is probably considered romantic for them. What else? Oh yeah, like I said, anything from the stomach to like the knees. If you touch anywhere in that region, it's probably considered lewd, just because of how close it is to the genital area. So like a lap sitting, very, very intimate and very lewd. So, lap sitting lewd. Like, if you're touching their core, like, even if you're trying to push someone, it's probably considered kind of inappropriate. Kind of like our equivalent of grabbing someone's chest, almost. It's like, oh, you touched their stomach, bro. That's kind of bad, you know, like something like that. And lap sitting is probably definitely very intimate. Yeah, basically the anime oopsie. Oops, bro, I accidentally grazed your abdomen. Ha. There we go. Lap sit lewd, abdomen lewd. So yeah, I think that could work. I'll work more on relationship stuff later, but I think I've got a pretty good start on how I think my people would do it. It can work very differently for your people. Maybe your culture... Yo, you work out? Bruh. But if you want, say, your culture to be very friendly, very kissy, lovey, snuggly, mwah, you know, and it's all platonic, that it's just how your people's culture developed. There are, I believe it's Italians. Italian people will just straight up smooch you on your cheeks, and it's nothing, you know, it's nothing, I guess, romantic. It's just them greeting you. They give you a little smoochies on your cheekies, and mwah, mwah, you know, that's the thing. Smoochies on foreheads, like, very, very huggable, kissable, like, culture. And it's just how they are. And while in Japan, you know, even hand-holding's like, oh, lewd, you know? So it just depends on what you think your people would develop. My music is so quiet. I'm gonna do this fun little thing called listen to some Legend of Zelda. Let's go do that. I love me some Legend of Zelda music. Pretty. There we go. Let me know if it gets too loud or if it's too quiet. But for now, this looks pretty good. There we go. Legend of Zelda stuff. But yeah, family structure. Because they are a very social beings, and because they have to stick very closely with their own class, because whatever I do here also has to do with oh, this music's getting a little loud again. Music, please. There we go. But whatever I end up doing with social structure will have an impact on language, because that's just how language works. In fact, there are actually different types of family structures because of languages. Like, for instance, we do this structure where we say, the standard, you know, let's pull this up as, like, an example. We do this fun little thing where we structure ourselves as, here we are, and of course, here's parent 1, and parent 2, and then, you know, they have a parent 1 and a parent 2. And then, you know, they have siblings. And this is called I believe the Iroquois family system, where you do mother, father, grandfather, grandmother, uncle, aunt, and then cousins and siblings. And the way we list it is that we have gender-appropriate terms for siblings, but we don't have a gender-appropriate word for a cousin. If it's a girl, it's a cousin. If it's a boy, it's a cousin. They're just all cousins. But if you have a brother, it's your brother. If you have a sister, it's your sister. That's how it works. And I believe that is called the Iroquois system. There are some systems, weirdly enough, I'm going to do this. There are some systems that actually go you, your mother, and your father. Let's say that's your mom and that's your dad. But, oh, geez. I can't remember all the systems anymore. I used to know them. Let me look it up. Because there are family structure systems. I'm going to look up Iroquois, because I believe that is what we use. Ah, here it is. Or, yeah, kinship. Kinship systems, that's what they're called. A family structure and kinship. And there are some kinship systems that work like ours, where everyone will always stay, your uncles, cousins, whatever. But, there will be a time where one of your uncles will actually end up being called your father. And it's really weird, because there are some kinships where, on your mother's side, all of her sisters are also called your mother. And on your father's side, all of your uncles are also called your father. It's a really interesting system. And there's about like 7 of these. There's 7 different ways to structure a family like that. So, you know, do they consider uncles and aunts the same as your mother and father? And this has to do with, as gross as this sounds, sometimes this has to do with marriage, because you don't want to marry your siblings, but sometimes we marry our cousins, as gross as that is. That's just how some cultures work. Yeah, some like to keep it in the family. So the kinship structure has something to do with that. Let me find all of the different kinship structures, though. Here it is, kinship patterns. Oh, geez. Oh, I have to disable. There we go. But here are a good amount of here's the 6 kinship systems. There's technically 7, because there's like an extended version of the Iroquois system. But this is the system we use. We use Iroquois. We go, oh wait, no we don't. Which one was it? Eskimo? Was it Eskimo? I believe it used to be called the Iroquois system. But we use this one, where, you know, your mom's your dad, your mom is your mom, your dad is your dad, and your aunts are all your aunts, and all of your uncles are your uncles. And then their kids are your cousins. And that has to do with... This music is really intense for this conversation. But this, typically seems to stem from, well, one, language, but the language wraps around the kinship system to help you name them easier, and it has to do with marriage partners. Because cousins are typically considered okay to marry in older cultures. Sorry, it's just really gross to talk about, but it is, unfortunately, part of how culture developed. Take a sip for... Okay. Sorry, this is just really gross to talk about, I know. But it's part of cultural development, I guess. Calm thy puking. But yeah, I know, it's gross, but it's just what happens. Blech. But yeah, we typically use Eskimo. And there are situations, like I said, well, like in Hawaiian, where everyone is your mom and dad and your brother and sister, which means here, there is no marrying in any of your family. Your 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 uncles and aunts are all considered your parents, and as such, their kids are considered your siblings. And we don't marry siblings in most cultures. At least that's what. My music's so quiet. I turned it down and then it got super quiet. So let's turn it back up. I don't like it when playlists do this. I mean, I understand some music's gonna be louder than others, but still, meh. But yeah, kinship, Hawaiian, all your aunts are your mothers and your uncles are your fathers. Their kids are your siblings. You're all just one group of family. The Iroquois system is what I was talking about earlier, where your aunts on your mother's side are also considered your mother, but her brothers are your uncle. And on your father's side, your uncles are also called your father, while his sisters are your aunts. And her kids are your cousins. And that means that anyone, if you have a uncle or an aunt, their kids, their cousins, are marriage applicable. Which is, once again, gross, but for them, I guess it makes sense. Especially in cultures that don't have a whole lot of, like, options. Europe explain, but still. And then we have the Sudanese kinship, where... Oh, right, this is parallel and cross cousins. Now, this is something similar to the Iroquois, but you don't actually see your uncle and your aunt necessarily as different as the Iroquois, but you certainly see a difference between your mom's siblings versus your father's siblings, and vice versa. While here it says that your mother's sister is also your mother, here it's still technically your aunt, but it's your mother's sister as your aunt, and they consider that different. And they are called your parallel cousins, which means they are not marriageable. While if they're cross cousins, they are marriageable. So, like I said, similar to Iroquois, but a little different. And over here, like I said, if it's your father's brother, it's parallel. If it's cross cousins, because it's your father's sister, it's cross cousins. So, marriage partners. Crow kinship also works similar to Iroquois, I believe. It looks like it works. Oh, no, it does not. That's right. The Crow kinship has it to where, you know, the same way where your aunts are your aunts and uncles are also your mother and father, dependent on whose side of the family they're on, just like Iroquois. But on your father's side, your father's sister's brother, or father's sister's son becomes your father? It's the weirdest fucking system. Because the throne in the Crow kinship, like the household, gets passed on through the brother's sister. So if your dad, say, is head of the household or whatever, head of your tribe, and he's the firstborn, his firstborn sister's son gets it next in line instead of like his kid. It's weird but interesting. It's really cool. Yeah, it's really complicated. It looks like the Eskimo is, yeah, Eskimo is the same as what we have. Aunts and uncles, all that good shit. Omaha. Omaha does what Crow does, but opposite. Your mother's brother's daughter becomes your mother. I find that so fucking funny to me. I don't know why that's funny. uh, yeah, these two systems are funny, but that's what you can do. You can look at some of these and go, "Oh my god, that's so wonky. Why would they do that?" And then realize, "Hey, I could use some of this for my culture. Would it make sense for my culture, and why would they do this?" Now, for me, I'm going to be doing something like this. I'm going to be going Sudanese. Because they do see a difference between your aunts on your mom's side. They're still your aunts, but they are your mother's sister as your aunt. Because I'm going to do the whole cross cousin, parallel cousin thing. The reason is because these people do not have a whole heck of a lot of marriage options, but they know not to muddy the gene pool that much. And you know how chromosomes work, where, you know, the father gives the Y and the mom gives the X? That's just how it go. That means, your mother's sister shares a lot more DNA with your mother than she does with her brother. So here's your mom. She shares a lot more genes with her sister. Well, these two share a lot more genes together than, say, with her brother. Because he has a Y chromosome. These both got the X from their mother. So there is a lot less, there's a lot more gene variety in that. So his kids would be a bit more of a safer choice when it comes to marriage partners. I know, gross, but, like, ugh. This is something I have to take into consideration. So the family the structure will be Sudanese-based. Not cool. I know. It's not cool. I also feel like they are very close-knit when it comes to parents and grandparents. I know a lot of Latino families have a lot of people still living together, whether it be grandparents living with their kids. And I feel like the firstborn is probably considered more important when it comes to staying on the family land. So the grandparents will stay on in this land, in this household that they all have. And the firstborn will usually stay too and take in their partner for whatever reason, whoever they're marrying. And I also feel like siblings of the same gender or sex would stay as well. Because remember, those are your cross cousins, practically your sibling, or your parallel cousins, practically siblings. They will stay with you. They're gonna just all live together. While I feel like the others would just leave. Because they are splitting off into other families. Because the head of the household, let's do this, head of house. Stays. Oops. They stay on the land with their father and their mother, or their two fathers and two mothers, whatever happens. And then their same-sex siblings stay as well. And then opposite-sex siblings will probably head off and go live with others. They will more... Ah! Wah! Hello, Rain! Hachi! Thank you, thank you, thank you! Oh my god. Oh my god. So many people. Hello. Hello, hello, and welcome. And the host. Thank you. Holy crap. Hello, Raiders. Oh my god, thank you, Hora. I'm sure everyone here knows who Hora is, but... No, my bot's not working. Oh, there it goes. But yeah,
Wait.
here's... Oh.
Please, Kobold, it's too much.
No, it's too much.
No, we're overflowing.
But yeah, there. Thank you, Hora, so much for the raid. Holy crap! Hello, hello, raiders. For those of you who do not know me, I am Desmond Dracula. I am a vampire bat butler, also known as a battler. I go by he/him pronouns. I specialize in serving tea, and I love drawing art. I world build on Wednesdays, and I play a variety of games from RPGs to roguelikes. Right now, we are world building because it's Wednesday, and I'm going over different points for how a society is structured, because we live in a society. Battler. Yes, I am a battler. He battler. But yeah, how are all of you guys today? What were you playing? Were you having fun? I don't choose violence. I am a good bat.
Hello there.
Oh, hello there. Hi, Flamin' Firehawk. I've seen you around. But yeah, what were you guys doing? I actually pictured that in my head. Oh! Ah! Oh, I got hosted. That's what that was. Thank you, Fine Like Sunshine, for the host. Walk into the tea shop, take a little sit, enjoy the atmosphere. I'm one hell of a battler. Funnily enough, I've never seen that anime. I have never watched it. I have watched nary a minute of that anime. I know I'm uncultured, but listen. It doesn't appeal. Doing some emotes? Nice. Well, now I might go watch that VOD later then. Because that sounds adorable. I want to go see some. Can't stay long because I have to go get my car from the airport, but I wanted to say hi. Hi, and thank you. And I hope everything's doing okay. I know you're dealing with some stuff right now, but I hope stuff gets better for you. Honestly, not that bad. I've heard good things, I've heard bad things. I'm mostly just not appealed by it. It's not very appealing to me personally, but I don't really care if people watch it. Hello, Feral Sneckvern. I like your name. That's very cute. But yeah, today I am doing my world building stuff. We've already covered a whole lot of points. Oh, hello there. Hello, thank you, Arcade Hollow, for the follow. Hollow follow. Thank you. I know. Look at this. We got a whole heck of a lot of cuties, a whole batch of cuties, actually. And thank you, Frill Sneckfern, for the follow. That's so nice of you guys. All these precious cuties flowing in like wine from Hora, the very sweet bat. But as I was saying, I am working on a race, a fantasy race, completely from scratch. I started this a few weeks ago. I do it every Wednesday. If you want to check that out, you can rewatch this VOD later. Or you can, I guess, wait until the end, and maybe I can go over it real quickly. But I've covered various aspects of how to create a race from scratch, or at least how I do it. And I start from the body, like the how they look, to how they got to that point, and what kind of habitat they lived in to get that way. And then I did my most favorite part, clothing. If you guys want to see this cute little race, here they are. These are my underlings, I call them. Let's turn off this stuff real quick. And let's get on their small clothes. And here they are. This is what they look like in their most basic forms, wearing their underwear. It's actually worked out well because I'm working on my tabletop roleplay game right now. Nice! Yeah, I've been basing them off of my own world that has been reshaped to be for a D&D campaign. And I have used a good few examples to explain how you could flesh out a race better to work for your world whenever doing D&D. But these are them in their small clothes. Here is their normal clothing for for at least the royalty, the nobility of the classes. And their typical hairstyles, just something simple. Yes, it's very goth. I did that on purpose. I want them to be wish fulfillment for me. Oh no, they're not wearing their little shoes. I didn't put their shoes on. Whoops. Boop. There we go. They got their little shoes and they got their neckties and their jewelry. But this is what they look like, and I'm currently going over social classes and social dynamics for them, because we have actually finished, for the most part, how clothing works and how I go about it, from the lowest class to the highest class, and everything in between. But this is what I ended up making them look like. And now I'm moving back over here. So, for those of you who are just now tuning in, I started off making these guys with just a few scrawlings of notes. How I wanted them to look, where I wanted them to live, body shape, ear shape, eyes, what they're cool with, which they're very much so based around spiders. Because, like I said, they're kind of wish fulfillment, A-E. So I wanted them to be kind of gothy, spidery, spindly creatures with, like, bat-like characteristics. So this was just all the basic notes that I took to kind of get started with that. And it developed in what you see here by way of going through the list. And for those of you who want to see, you can give it a quick little peek here. Maybe take a screenshot or something, or re-watch the VOD, or pause the video at some point. That's how I did my physical proportions. And then I went through biology, all the different ways they could sense things, which I'm basing them off of humanoid structure. So it's nothing too crazy. It's all basically like how humans are made. I did their ecology, because there are an underground species. I had to take into account what all they... Yeah. That would work for you, I'm sure. But I had to take into account their ecology, because they do live in a cave very deep underground. And here's what I did for the notes for their clothing. So if you want to see that in its entirety, yeah, go rewatch the VODs. And right now we're working on this, the social dynamics. Whee! And as you can see, I covered their intelligence, communication. I put a pin in languages because I want to cover that in full force next Wednesday. I want to work on the basics of a conlang with people because I love conlangs. Why can't I hear my music? I am so sad. Here, let's turn this up just a bit. There we go. I had it turned down pretty low so I could do my intro. But yeah, I put a pin in languages. We're going to be doing that next week. I also put a pin in festivals and birthdays just because I couldn't come up with anything. Because you don't have to go through this list like one for one. You can hop around it a bit. It's all there just for reference sake, not as a strict rule of you have to do this and you have to do it in this order. No, it's just there for... That word looks very dumbly written. Let's fix that. So, same-sex siblings, house stays. Okay, so, where I last left off, we were talking about family structure and kinship systems. And for those of you who don't know what that is, kinship systems are just ways of how you identify your family. Our kinship system... Hello? Guitar? You're so loud. Oh, Rutella's theme. Very pretty. But the way our kinship system works, it's, you have your mom, your dad, aunts, uncles, siblings, cousins. But there are actually systems that make it to where all of your aunts and uncles are also considered your mothers and fathers. And their kids, your cousins, are actually considered your sisters and brothers. Because you're all just this one big conglomerate of family. And that is called the Hawaiian kinship system. I believe there's only about 6 types of kinship systems in the whole, world, as weird as that sounds. You'd think there'd be more, but no. We're a lot more universal than that. So, like I said, if you're interested in that, I was talking about that 10 minutes ago, so you can watch back. I chose for my race the Sudanese kinship system. And that has to do with recognizing your mother's sister versus your mother's brother, and your father's brother versus your father's sister. They look at the same-sex siblings of your parents and go, okay, your cousins from them, they're basically closer related to you than your cousins from the other gender. So, as I was doing over here, here's you. Here's your father. His brother, his kids will always be much closer to you, relative speaking, than, say, your sister's kids. These guys won't really be considered close family. They'll be like extended family, while these guys are your close family. Same thing on your mother's side. Here's your mother. Here's her sister and her kid. But your mother's brother, his kids, they're extended. This is your nuclear family. Oh, hold on, just a second. Someone had to come ask for some shoes. But yeah, this is the Sudanese kinship system. Where they consider these guys your immediate family. And these are, they're still considered your cousins, but they're called parallel cousins. If I could write. While these guys are considered your cross cousins. And the reason, as gross as this sounds, which I've already hacked at it a few times, it has to do with marriage. I know, gross, but, we have a history of our people, humans, marrying cousins because people of higher standing like to do that. Ugh. But that is how they do their system. And I was writing down that family structure, the head of the house will stay with the family. So, you're born here, and let's say your dad is head of the household, or your mother, one of the two. You will stay in whosever house you were raised in, and that's your house. Whenever your parents pass, that is your house, and more than likely, it was one of your grandparents' house too. You kind of just stay where you are, because they have a very strict social dynamic. They want you to stay in your social group, and that's kind of started being a reflection of where they stay in relation to where they grew up. And that extends to this part of your family as well. Your mother's sister and her kids, they will stay with you. And your father's brother's kids and him, they will stay as well. But father's sisters and mother's brothers, they're gone. They're more than likely moved on, and they have joined other houses to be married in. Because, as stated here, when I was at that counter, at that point, there's going to be 3 genders in this species, in this race, or this culture rather, but they don't really have a necessity for gender roles. They don't consider roles to be specific to a gender. Because you know how women are more than likely considered... Oh, hold on. Alrighty, the shoes were being returned. But they don't consider child rearing to be like a strictly woman thing, and you know, men gotta go get the money and be the breadwinners. You know, that kind of a dumb thing that we do here in our modern Western culture. They don't have any of that. It doesn't matter what your gender is. You can do anything as long as it's within your social hierarchy. And that's the toxic part of my area. Mentality of strategic marriage, keeping it in the family to be specific, led to oh yeah, the Habsburg jaw birth defect. I remember that. They actually just kept marrying the same people, and everyone got that jaw. Everyone had that weird, dumb, like, oval face jaw thing. Yeah, if you look at paintings of that time, like, every royal member of every country had that stupid jaw. Yeah, the butt jaw. You right. But, yeah, the social hierarchy is where the toxic roles are going to be. So, your mother or father are going to be in the head of the house. And when you grow up, you're going to be the head of that house. And whoever you marry, the line continues on. You stay in the house, in the actual, like, building, in the family, and on that land. And you will stay in that class. You will always be a type of artisan or a laborer. Priesthoods don't really focus too much on this sort of stuff, but they are also tied into the class, the social hierarchy. And right now there is not really a military social class because of a lack of need for military presence. As you can see, they've only started warring with, like, one race of humans that have just recently showed up. And now we're at courtship. Oh my gosh. How do they bring in the person that they want? How do they show that they are currently together? Do they court at all? I know weirdly enough, in Japan, I always use Japan. I know a lot about, like, medieval Japanese traditions. It's weird. But apparently you just kind of moved in. Sometimes you just kind of moved in. They adopted a lot of marriage traditions later. While in China, there was, like, this whole ordeal with courtship. You had to pass letters back and forth, presents back and forth. You have to get someone to, like, read your birthdays to make sure the match is perfect. Like, and if the match was bad, you had to, like, not do it. Like, there were so many traditions behind Chinese versus, like, Japanese in the older days. So, how hard do they go with the courtship? I think these guys would probably be about in the middle. They wouldn't go too crazy because, once again, they don't have a whole lot of options. They are in a very limited space. They're all underground. They all have they don't have a whole lot of room for expansion or finding a whole variety. So I know nobility. Boop, let's do this. Nobility would definitely keep it in the family. They would go after their cross cousins, which, like I said, ties into the Sudanese kinship system. They would marry their cross cousins. They would court their cross cousins. They would try to set it up. Commonly, their parents would probably set it up for them because they want to make sure their kids stay within the social hierarchy. They don't want their kids, they don't want their progeny to go off and find a cute shoemaker or something. Yeah, it's just how it is. Well, technically it's not old-timey, it's just fantasy. Because I have plenty of cultures that don't do this wonky shit. This is just how these guys started developing. Based on the evolution of their stuff. Yeah, like the Silver Elves, the Beta-Boran Silver Elves, you know, those dudes in my world, they don't have any of this. They have no gender roles, they have no social class roles, they do not care. They are like, do what you want, bruh. Love and peace. They are very much, like... Now, they do put a precedence on, like, magic and what you can, like, do with elements, but that's more or less just cultural shenaniganery when it comes to power, not really gender or social norms. Not to say they don't have social norms, but they don't put emphasis on staying in your lane when it comes to social or gender norms. Because they don't care. These guys just happen to care. So nobility will go for cross cousins, more than likely, because there's a lot less of them. They don't have a lot of options. Artisans, priests will probably do the same thing. So let's go. Nobility, cross cousins. And priest class will also set up their children with cross cousins. But not so strictly. They would probably try and connect. They would probably be the ones doing the diplomatic marriages. In Europe, there was a lot of different countries passing their kids back and forth between, like, Spain and Italy and Germany to keep those relationships and those alliances strong. But that was the nobility and the royalty doing it. I think for these guys, it would be the priest class doing that. And when I say priest class, I don't mean, like, the celibate, you know, pastors or whatever. This is a completely different religious sect of people. They believe something completely different. And priests are allowed to have homes, have families, have kids. And they would set up their kids mostly with cross-cousin compatibility, but they would be sending a lot of their kids, specifically their younger children, off to other settlements, other towns, and other priest sects for marriage. And that could be their way of diplomacy. Artisans wouldn't care nearly as much because artisans can cover a variety of different... Oh, thank you for the lurk, Flaming Hawk. Let's see, don't care. Artisans cover a lot more variety. You can be, like I said, a tailor, a cobbler, a jewelry maker, a painter, a musician. And there's a lot more... there's a lot more people in general as well. So you don't have to fuss so much about trying to find someone of the same social standing as your own house. Internet remains choppy, so I'll lurk to support as best as I can. Really interested in this conversation. I just can't hear it at all at the moment. I'll watch the VOD later. Okay. I would say thank you, but I don't... You said you can't hear me, but that's okay. Yeah, thank you for showing up, and thank you for watching. I'm glad this helps. I'm glad this is interesting for you guys. And finally, laborers. I went over my laborers earlier here. These guys are sadly treated very badly. This is part of the toxic part of society for these people, my underlings, as I've called them. And laborers are considered like bottom of the barrel. Like they're treated pretty poorly. And they are the ones who deal in construction work, ranching their animals, mining, just the backbreaking work basically. And they are not really seen in the best light. They're seen as like kind of dirty. Maybe even they have parasites because of stuff they could catch from being in deeper portions of the cage, or the cave, not the cage, the cave system. So they are sadly treated kind of bad, and they're all considered on the same rung, so they don't care at all. And they sadly don't really have much to even pass on to their kids. They don't really have a whole lot of land. They live in like colonies, like mining colonies. Ranchers live on the outskirts of the city. They're not even really allowed to live in like the busy parts of the society, as sad as that is. It's just how this specific culture treats them. To the point where they probably lump slaves and prisoners who are like criminals, basically. They've probably tossed them in with these mining colonies as punishment for whatever crime they've committed. Like, that's how bad it is. And that is, sadly, just like I said, the bad part of the culture. Every culture does have a ugly head to rear, and that's this one's. So when it comes to marriage and courtship, that's how they choose the partner. As for customs, let's see. I feel like for courtship customs, it would be pretty simple at first. So let's do this. Let's turn this off for a bit, and let's start writing down some courtship customs. Like how, you know, for us, it's like, oh, first date, go out and eat, you know, have a little snackers with each other, or go watch a movie or whatever. You know, the simple stuff. Hey, you want to go grab a coffee? You know, that kind of stuff. But for courtship, I feel like in nobility, because parents are picking the kids, as well as priests, they're picking the kids' future partner. They don't really have a say in it, so the courtship wouldn't be that prevalent with the ones in attendance. Actually, it would be all the parents' decisions. They'd be going back and forth with the other parents. So courtship between the actual partners wouldn't really happen. It would mostly just be planning between parents. So for courtship in nobility, as well as priest, oh good, handwriting, please. It would mostly be correspondence. Correspondence between the other one's parents. And that would be the beginning of the courtship. Now, of course, I'm sure the two who are getting set up would be able to meet each other, so they would eventually meet one another, see if everything is fine, make sure they're, you know, not complete assholes. Which, like I said, these people are pretty social and pretty friendly as it goes when it comes to your own social class. So I don't think they'd have too much of a problem with that. Music, it's blasting me out. But I do want to do a bit more research on courtship rituals. Let me do that real quick, actually. Because I only know a few. But I do know I want to have them give a pet Because fun little fact, during a marriage in like ancient Norse religion, not religion, in Norse culture, it was apparently customary for Norsemen to bring home a little kitten for their wives for like the for newlyweds. Yeah, you give your spouse to be a cat. Exactly. You give them a kitty. And that's because cats were considered... Oh, this music's picking up. Oh, God. Hold on. Let me cough real quick. My throat's a little itchy. But yeah, they'd give their spouse to be a kitten. Because, Freya, she's the goddess of love, and her animal was a cat. And I find that adorable. So, Leon, where's my cat? But for these guys, I don't know. It's true. We already have Kitty. Where is he? Where is my cat? He's somewhere. My son is somewhere. But, I know for us, our marriage and courtship customs, it's like, oh, you know, you could give her a promise ring, you could pass around flowers, you could, you know, some people stay chaste, especially like, more religious people. All that stuff. Oh, you propose and give a ring. All that stuff is technically considered courtship up until marriage. Even if you're engaged, you're still technically in a courtship. So all of that is in there. So for these guys, I don't think they'd worry too much about a matchmaker, kind of like in China and new modern day Japan. I don't think they'd fret too much. I've been wanting to do something with the glowing mushrooms since I got them. Since I even came up with the idea for them. So yeah, I think there will be a first meeting. The two families will probably come together in a probably a public building, probably not at a house at first. They'd probably meet at a neutral area. Probably like they hire out I don't know, like a park or something. Like something nice, somewhere where they can all kind of mingle and understand one another while the couple tries to jive and figure out if they're compatible. So the whole family meets the first time, and then there can be a second meeting where only the couple really hang out to see if everything is still compatible. I think that'd be interesting. They'd probably still be watched. I don't think people would care too much if things got intimate. They're not really a race or a culture that cares about chastity. That's not really something that they focus on. So if something, you know, intimate were to happen, then woohoo. They wouldn't really care too much. I don't know if there would be any gifts. Maybe for nobility, I'm sure there would definitely be gifts. For nobility, there would be... I think gifts would come before meeting, though. Because you want to kind of show, hey, look how cool and wealthy I am. So let's put that down here. Gifts. Now, as I said previously, before you guys all showed up and showed your beautiful, lovely faces from Hora's stream, I mentioned that there are only a few humans that have kind of crashed the party that is these people's culture. And they have introduced... You can't tell if a car is the right one without a test drive. Oh my god, I mean, you're right, but come on. But, yeah, I mentioned there are a few humans that have come through with, like, a lot of exotic goodies. Oh, these people have never seen, like, cotton before, and what is this new animal you have? A cat? What is this? So they've got luxury items now, and the nobility know how to use it. So more than likely, they have been using these really lavish, interesting new gifts that these humans have come through, trading them, and they're using that as gifts now. But originally, I'm sure they used like really ornate silver necklaces and headpieces and just really patterned robes, maybe like coats, just really pretty patterns. And nowadays they probably pass around human gifts like it's going out of style, because it is. They're freaking out over it all the time. It's the new fad between nobles. And after the second meeting between the couple, gifts, first meeting between family, second meeting between couple, they probably have an announcement on whether or not it's gonna work. So if this goes well, this happens. If this goes well, this happens. And if this goes well, they probably start just saying, yeah, fuck it, engagement. And that's when plans for marriage happen. Now, up until marriage, they're probably mostly just doing business work, and that goes more on the parents than the lucky, crazy kids that are getting married. The parents are probably figuring out how to divvy up the land, because especially if they're nobility, if they are if they are giving away their firstborn, they want to keep that firstborn at their house, especially if the firstborn is of the same sex as the one who owns the house. Coming back to my little chart. Now, I did say same sex, not same gender. I feel like because they have 3 genders, they don't really see... they don't really have a difference between... this is hard to explain. But I feel like they would consider your sex and gender differently, of course. But you are still considered head of the house, even if you're like a trans woman and your father is currently the head of the house. Or say your mother is the one that's running the house because it was her household, and it was her mother's household before her, and you are a trans dude, because let's say you were born female, but you now present as male. I'm gonna do the circle. She would still expect you to take on the role. So that's, I feel like transgender stuff would be tertiary for them. They'd respect your pronouns, but they'd still expect you to take on the household responsibility if it was lined up with your sex. That's probably how they'd just run it, as weird as that sounds. So they would start divvying that up. And if you are this firstborn and you're getting married, you are expected to take on this burden of running the house when your parents go. Specifically when the head of the house goes. Like I said, say your mom's the one ruling, and she passes on. If your dad's still alive, it still goes to you if you are female. So, I think that could be interesting for these guys. So, with marriage, if you are firstborn, next in line, you stay in the house, and you pull in your spouse with you. So, let's write that down. Marriage as head. Your spouse moves in with you. And of course, naturally, if your spouse is the head of someone, head of their house, you do the same thing. You go in with them. Now, what happens if both of you don't have a house to go to? Because there are a lot of interesting situations here with how the Sundanese kinship system works. I'm going to have to craft that in and figure it all out. I don't want to bore you or bog you down with all the details. But I say, let's see. If you're head of the house, if your mom was head of the house, it's like a female-run house, and you take it on, and you get married to, let's say, a male, and you guys have your kids, you stay. If you're a second-born kid, you move in with them. So cause a lot of family drama? Yeah, it would. It would cause a whole hell of a lot of family drama. That's why I love doing this shit. Because the moment you start really thinking about, like, the nuances of everything inside of that, you're like, oh god. Oh god, the complexities. And all this stuff probably confuses my other races. Like, why are you making this so hard on yourselves, guys? And I think adding that extra complexity of sex-based lineage really makes it fun and interesting. But let's see. Let's scoot this up a bit. Let's see if I can't chart this real quick. So, here's your mom and dad. Here are you. Your mom is the leader. Let's give her the crown. And you're a firstborn. You get the crown when she goes, and you stay in the house, even when you get married. And if you are a guy and your mom is head of the house, you gotta leave. You gotta get out of here. You gotta go get married. Get out of here. Shoo. Go get married. You gotta go move into another house. Preferably marrying someone who is head of a house of somewhere else. And if you are a second sibling, let's say here's your eldest sibling and here's you. You actually stay in the house because remember, you're part of that family. And you get married and your kids get to stay in the house with you. But once again, if you're a second sibling and you're a guy, bye. As sad as that is. Goodbye. So here's your sister, and here's you. You gotta go. Goodbye. So what happens when, say... This is just me theory crafting at this point. What happens when, say... Because you want to typically take someone who is of opposite sex of the... Or, someone who is not a head of the household, and you want to put them with someone who is. Just to get that, that extra, I guess, person out. What happens if both of you got kicked out? Like, say, this dude got kicked out of his house. And let's say there's a household where... let's do this. Let's say there's a household where a male is in charge and the female has to go. And let's say these two kids, they're both noble, male and female. Let's say they get together. They get hooked up. What happens? Where do they go? Where do they live? I think that's when business starts really having to get figured out. I feel like extra houses and extra land has to actually be separated for these crazy little nobles that don't have a place strictly in the parallel or nuclear family, because they're still your family, and they still need space to be in. But I feel like they'd have a lot more freedoms, as long as they stay in their social circle, of course. I also feel like this doesn't happen that often, especially in noble classes. Maybe more in priest classes, and that's when you send your kids off to go, they actually might take these guys, ship them off to a new location, and have them build their own church. Maybe have them watch over a brand new sanctioned church. I think that'd be pretty interesting. I don't feel like nobility would do this often. I feel like they're pretty scarce when it comes to kids anyway, and they're already having to like hop around between cross cousins, so it'd be kind of hard to find someone. But yeah, I think if in the instance two people who don't belong in the nuclear family, they probably go off and forge their own way. Well, that was a fun little divergence. But I will keep those notes down, just so I can remember. There we go. So yeah, if you're ahead, the spouse moves in. If they are ahead, you move in with them. You move in. And then the priest class diplomatically trade their children between settlements. There we go. And as stated over here, laborers and artisans won't care nearly as much about all this because they don't have all this land and business stuff that they have to worry about. They're just doing a trade. They don't have to worry about it. And laborers, sadly, don't get to worry about it at all. They're too busy not trying to die. They're too busy struggling with the life that this culture has sadly perpetuated for them to be stuck in. Let's see. And afterwards, after marriage, during marriage, let's see. Now that we have all that stuff written down, we can actually go to what happens when they get married. How do they perform the rituals? Is a priest involved, or are they not? For these guys, I think they would be. You'd probably get a priest of a certain rank, because just like in a few of our religions nowadays, there are a lot of ranks, and I drew the ranks over here. Let me just turn this off. I do have an outfit, like, sort of in the works for the priests that I kind of stopped because I don't know fully how to show off their outfit just yet. But I do have these, like, different layers based on what I think. Here, let's turn down these guys so you can see the line better. I did design, like, a basic outfit for them. And then I have, like, a drapery they could put over themselves. And, like, there could be symbols here that show off their rank or show off certain colors. And then they could have tassels that have even more color and variation. And then, of course, they're going to wear hats. They're going to wear these little head pieces that keep their hair covered. Because in their religion, if you are in the priest class, you keep your hair covered. That's just how they roll. And then here's their small clothes that I was lining earlier before I stopped. And I will finish that at some point and show it off on stream. But for now, we are worrying about the social dynamics. Because for the most part, like I said, the fashion, it's sadly come to an end, even though it's my favorite part. Maybe I'll draw more later, but who knows? So during marriage, a priest is present of a certain rank. And they will be used as the mouthpiece for their god. I still haven't figured out quite how I want to handle their religious structure. We can go over that, not next week, but the week after, because next week I'm dedicating to languages. Rubs hands together like evil little fly. I want to help you guys make a conlang, and you're gonna have to sit there and watch it. You're gonna have to deal with me talking about prepositions and shit. But Yeah, priest of rank will be there for the marriage. They will probably do a spiritual bonding of some sort. For us, we pass back and forth rings, but for them, jewelry is prevalent. They're already decked out to the nines with jewelry. So they would have to wear or do something. I don't gotta do nothing. You're gonna have to listen to me, Leon, please. Oh, please, Leon. So let's see. What would they do to show off that they're married? Let's look at their clothes here for a second. Let's turn them up. So as you can see, there isn't a whole lot of room for like a ring to be like, oh yeah, I'm a rebear. You're a rebel. Rebear. Okay. No, you're not a rebel. You will stay here and hang out with me and love me, please. But yeah, a ring's probably not in the cards. I feel like they wear gloves too, because they do like wearing little gloves. Those rings would be hidden. They probably wouldn't really wear bracelets either. I do have some cultures that wear bracelets to show it off. So instead, they might do something with their faces. They're more than likely probably going to wear a type of makeup or a type of veil maybe, or like a headband or something on their head or their face to show that they're married. Now there is a culture of people in the African Sahara. God, what are they called? I will remember their name in a bit. The Himba. Whenever their women get married, they wear this like really interesting headdress on top of their heads. I'm not going to show anything on stream. Sadly, I can't. Because the Himba do not wear shirts. All genders do not wear shirts, so I cannot show them. But they do have these interesting little like headdresses that they wear on top of their head. You can look them up yourself. It's Himba, and you'll see these really wonky little like cute goat leather headdresses the ladies wear, and that's to show that they're married. Men will actually just wrap their hair up in a turban to show that they're married. So I might do something like that. Maybe not necessarily hide their hair, because that's priest exclusive. It's to show that you are dedicated to your god. But I may do something different. Oh, I really like that, actually. I may do something... Because, yeah, they're already decked to the nines in jewelry and clothing. Cause see, I have her wearing a veil. Maybe they could be wearing something transparent to show that they are married. Cause instead of completely covering your hair like a religious person, it could be something you can still see the color, but something that does hide part of it. Now I'm just looking at Himba pictures. But I am thinking it over. Trying to think of... Because, like I said, these people are based off of, like, goth clothing types. So, maybe men style their hair differently, while women drape their hair differently. Maybe they do cutting. Maybe they cut their hair differently. Because I have seen hair be cut a certain way. Like, I know, I don't think I don't think either of them would cut their hair, like, short, but maybe they would style it a different way once they're, like, chosen and they're, married. Maybe at first the women wear these, like, really illustrious, like, little horns, but then afterwards maybe they, like, let them fall. I'm gonna have to workshop it. Or maybe they wear it up at all times, like in like something like this, maybe? Maybe after they're married, they wear their hair like this. Maybe not with the hat. Well, maybe with the hat, actually. That looks really nice. But maybe they, like, pull it back and keep it curled in the back for the rest of their, marriage. I think that could work really well. And now, for you males are more than likely, they're usually more religious. They're usually, like, in lower ranks of the religious sect. So, I don't know if they would really have a difference between haircut if they get married. Especially considering they probably keep their hair cute and cut and boyish. As boyish as we would think, at least. What would a dude do? Because I like the idea of the females wearing that cute little hat and their hair pulled up. Almost gothic, Victorian. But I have no idea what the dudes would do. They usually keep their hair long and flowing, so maybe they would... No, they wouldn't mohawk it. Mohawks look dumb. No offense. No offense to those with mohawks, but that sounds like that would take way too much time. And maybe for nobles that would make sense, but as to span it across all classes. Oh god, that hairstyle looks awful. Yeah, I think they're gonna do something with their hair. Whether or not it's cut it or hide part of it, I'm not quite sure yet. Oh. What if they spiked it? Like, your standard 80s look. Not quite like an emo, but like, what if they spiked it a bit? Because right now, here, this guy has his hair, like, all long and flowing and free. But, what if they, like, chipped it, kind of like a wolf cut, and then made it super spiky? Like, Visual K style. Like, something like this. Let's see. Oh, this looks really nice. Maybe something like this. Look at that hair. Yeah, maybe they do something like that. Because here, they keep it down and flowing. But maybe when they get married, they just spike it as a kind of, like, stay away from me. Keep away, I'm married. Like, cut it in, like, a wolf cut style, and then just sharpen them bitches. I don't know. I'm still workshopping it. We'll figure it out. We'll figure it out when we get there. I could definitely see you males wearing their hair like this, though. Where it is spiky and then it's just really long. Because here they have that same thing. They have that really long hair. And that's because they typically wear collars. And these really big collars will get in the way with their hair eventually. So, I think it would make the men look too much like you males. I don't think they'd do the hair like that. But I don't want to have them just put their hair up in like a hat or a bun and call it a day. That's a little lazy. Yeah, we'll figure it out. But yeah, I want their hair priest of rank present, get married, put their hair up in a certain way. I'm gonna put it here just in case. New hairstyle. So I don't forget. They will get new hair upon marriage. More than likely, this thing probably goes on for a week. Like a week-long party. And this is probably when the when the mushrooms come out. I feel like they probably rave, because like I said, goths and cyber goth is a thing. So maybe during this party they actually have fun doing like glow raves, kind of like they use iridescent bioluminescent mushroom paste to put on as makeup and thread it in their clothes, maybe, or paint it on their clothes. And they probably have a fucking ball in the dark, like just dancing. I think that'd be pretty cool. Week-long party. Rave. They just rave it out for a week when someone gets married. I think that'd be really fun. Let's see. And of course, after everything is said and done and the entire thing is... and then they rave for funerals. No, they don't rave for funerals. They grave for funerals. I hate myself. I hate I said that. Meh. But yeah. What else would they do during a marriage? There's really not a whole lot you can do for a marriage. You go, hey, you're together now, and then they just go do the thing. They set up their house. They actually, yeah, they probably set up their house. Set up house. They probably do some sort of housewarming, house welcoming thing, and acclimate the person who's moving in with them. Because like I said, more than likely, if you're head of the house, you're pulling your spouse in there with you, and if you're marrying someone, you hope to God it's the person who's in charge. If you both happen to not be heads of a house and you're getting married, then have fun setting up and warming up a brand new house that you can make your own. So that would probably be something they do post-marriage, or something that's being finalized by their parents. Now, like I said, I'm thinking more about royalty and nobility, because the lower classes will always do something similar, but a lot more budget. Welcome back, Pinguina-chan. How are you? You missed the grave, the grave rave. No, I'm talking about marriage for the people. How they would handle marriage and courtship, and how you can employ it with your own people, your own race. But yeah, they'd probably have a housewarming thing, a setup house, probably bless the house. Let's say they bless the house. What else? What else could they do during marriage ceremony? I'm looking at courtship rituals right now. Don't worry, don't mind me. I'm basically just looking up traditions from around the world to kind of get a bit of an idea of what they could do. But I'm also trying to, like, base it off of Gothic look. because I don't want to stray away from that. I want it all to... I almost thought about doing a candy thing. Because those of you who don't know about, like, the rave scene, they wear a lot of jewelry. Yeah, goth marriage rave, yeah. Cyber goth. But I almost went, hey, maybe they could trade bracelets like they trade candy in a rave, but nah, that's not quite goth. Oh, I know what the ladies could do with their hair and the men. Oh, I found a thing. That looks cool. Okay, I'll show you guys that in just a second. Because I googled something random hoping it would work out, and it did. But yeah, here it is. If it would load. Hello? Picture? Please? Aha. It's not loading. Nah, I'll give up on it. But yeah, maybe they do a, kind of like hand fasting in Wicca. Maybe they do a little hand hold fast thing whenever they get married. Now, I did say hand holding is platonic, so maybe it's crossed from each other. Like they create a cross. Because I don't want to have it be too similar to our marriage traditions, because this isn't our culture. This is a completely different culture. And I'm trying to think of how these traditions would have started, because our traditions are rooted in literal centuries of history. So it's a bit of a pickle to just kind of come up with some stuff on the spot. Oh, that's really nice looking. But let's see. I like the idea of them wearing something together, though. Like a drapery of some sort. Maybe to symbolize that they, oh, I know. During the marriage's actual ceremony, because see here, I figured out my courtship, traditions. So for marriage traditions, during the actual ceremony, the priest probably gives their eulogy. If they're vampire, then they could swear some kind of blood oath on and all. They're not vampires. They're more like spiders than anything else. But I was thinking, the head of the house, the head of the house, whoever's bringing their spouse in, they would probably, maybe they would come in with either a cord or a silver rope, a silver silken rope. And this rope could have a tassel on the end, maybe, with the symbol of their family's house. I spelled with wrong. I spelled it as witch. So yeah, it would probably have the family's crest on it, and they'd probably drape it over. I used all my imagination points for the week. Oh no. Here's a ticket to redeem 5 more imagination points. There you go. You have your points back. So yeah, I think the head of the house would drape a silken rope tassel maybe around their spouse at the end of the ceremony, possibly, to signify that they are now moving into their home. I think that'd be kind of cool. Drape over spouse. I'm also thinking, the couple isn't really allowed to smile. Apparently in Congo, you shouldn't be smiling on your wedding day because it means you don't take it seriously. And I could totally see these gothy little nerds doing that. So no smiling on wedding day. I'm gonna add that because I really like that. Because you're super serious. In this economy. Imagination points in this economy? Oh, this music's so nice. Oh god. Oh yeah, they shave in that one. Cracking bells? This is so weird. Now I don't think they'd wear any. They'd wear something special, of course, but I don't think they'd wear anything like over their heads to hide themselves. Cause I know in our Western culture we typically like wear veils, like bridal veils. I don't think they'd have anything like special like that. Or maybe they'd wear flowers. Cause other than the tacet, thinking. Brain hurt. Oh, look at the time. I might actually call it for today. You guys got to see a good portion of how I run all of this, though. Let's just back it up one more time so everyone can see my pointers for social stuff. And I covered pretty much all of it. Funerals, like I said, for Japan, you know, you have customs where you can't put chopsticks directly in rice. You can't, like, stab the chopsticks into it. And that's because that's prevalent in a funeral. And if you do that, it's very disrespectful. Belladonnas? Well, I don't know what kind of flowers they'd have. Like I said, they're underground. They live in cave systems. Oh. I just got slapped by some stuff. Google flower. There we go. But, yeah, for funerals, it works the same way as what I've been doing for marriage and courtship. For these people, I did say they're going to be wearing undyed silk. Oh, jeez. There we go. While attending the funeral, they wear undyed silk. It doesn't matter who you are, you're going to be wearing the same exact outfit. And the undyed silk has this very whitish gray, slightly blue color. So if you don't dye it, you look like just this ethereal ghost. And you're just wearing a single robe, a single dress robe, over your underwear. You're not wearing anything else because of this time of mourning, especially during said funeral. And while mourning, you only wear simple gowns, simple undyed clothing, so you continue to stay in this white clothes, for a while. Probably something like this. Eh? Oh, are you leaving, Leon? I think he wants the shweebies. I think he might want foodies. It's kind of hungry. I'm trying to find a good example of what I'm looking for, because funnily enough, there are white goths. There's instead of all wearing black, there is a not category, but there's a subculture of goth that just wears white instead of black. And I find that really cool. So I'm gonna see if I can find what I mean by that. Like, maybe when they're in mourning, they wear something like this. Where they're just in simple white garments that just drape over themselves. But other than that, or like this maybe. Something simple, something soft and easy to put on. And they keep that on until their time of mourning is over. Which we can cover more next week, or the week after. Because next week, I'm going to cover language. But I'm probably going to call it for today. It is a little late. I'm a little tired. I didn't get to sleep very well last night. I know. Me? Sleeping? What? Let me just pop back on over here. Hello. Hello. Here we are. I'm loaded. There we go. Now I can move my eyes. I can look at you guys. Hello. But yeah, I'm gonna call it. It's pretty late, and we've gotten a lot of stuff done. Marriage clothes for funerals, and our general funeral clothes for marriage, and basically, yeah, that's exactly how I did it. It's the exact opposite. But yeah, I'm gonna call it for today. Tomorrow I'll be doing more Monster Hunter. Hopefully beating it this time. I thought I was gonna beat it yesterday, but I didn't. I didn't quite get there. I was messing around with stuff, and I didn't quite reach it. But tomorrow for sure. And then Friday, I'll be playing more Hollow Knight, because that was the game that won. Dude, humans would be like, what the fuck is happening here? Because on my world, humans pretty much run it close. Oh, no. Humans run it pretty close to how we do. My whole face. What the hell? My whole face was fucking around. Did you see that? That was weird. Yeah, Hollow Knight's really fun. We're going to be playing that on Friday. I start every morning for each of my streams at 10 a.m. PST. So if you're interested in that and you're following me, just hop on over. Come say hi. I am currently running an art raffle on my Twitter. If you go check that out, it should be pinned. And if you follow me and retweet the original post, it enters you into the art raffle. I'm going to be picking 3 people, and the winners will get a portrait of a character that they own, of their choice. Whether it be their VTuber character or just one of their OCs. I'll be doing a bust-up art piece of it. So if you're interested in that, you can follow me there and retweet. But I am definitely going to call it for today. Like I said, I did not sleep well last night. There was some bad stuff to happen. But listen, we're better now. But I sadly did not get a whole lot of sleep last night. And I'm going to take a little break and just rest my brain. Wind down for the day. Watch some of my favorite friendos doing the streams. Speaking of, who is currently streaming? Who do we want to drop in on? Do we want to drop on Blue? I see Blue's doing stuff. Blue's being a good boy. Blue is a very cute little Banui. We could drop in on him. Here, let's drop on Banui. And if you guys want to grab the raid message, there it is. I'm still working on getting my Twitch information fixed, but they are sadly still funkin' with me. God, I want my own emotes. And the moment I get them, we'll have a raid 2 for followers and subscribers to be able to post my emotes, because I'm so ready for that. But thank you so much for coming today, for staying, watching me gooble gobble around with all my my world building stuff. And thank you to everyone who hosted me and rated me. Like Hora-chan, thank you. Like Hora good bat. Good bean, good boy. We stand Hora in this house. But I will see you all tomorrow for some Monster Hunter. And until then, bye.
Oh my god. Desmond! Oh my god! Hello again, my love. Welcome in. Desmond, you cutie patootie. What the hell? Thank you so much for the raid. How are you? For you who don't know me, who came in from Desmond's stream,